I'm back.
You guys are setting me up.
Sorry about that. Had to go run errands for a sick family member, get some chicken noodle soup and all this stuff, and do the whole, wounded hatchling thing and take care of somebody. And now I'm back, and I have about 4 hours free here before I become a slave to some other piece of shit human being. And well, they're not a piece of shit human being. Excuse me. It's like I have like 4 hours in a nice sleep before I've got to go back to serve someone else tomorrow. They're not a piece of shit though. I don't know. I think about all the times that I do stuff for other people, and in this case, they do a lot for me, which is really nice. But most times, it's not really usually the other way around. It's like most times, it's like I do for them, they don't do for me. Are people exploiting hip hop culture? Blame rising costs. Yeah, they are. Rapper Afroman testifies in Ohio trial in Adams County. Nice. The RuneScape situation is crazy. I don't care about that.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philippines.
Why would RuneScape raise the price for a game that has been free for 30 years? It seems greedy. But maybe there's a lot more people using their servers. I don't know what it is. Hi, beautiful kitty. I love you. That's a wonderful little kitty. Ah.
Franco Show, you daily dive into the news. It is Tuesday, and there is a lot to talk about. But I just want to start on a light note saying I'm just so happy to be home. Yesterday, most of you saw because you were like, oh my God, Phil has legs. I was stuck in Austin, Texas, because I think like 12,500 flights got canceled. Because in addition to the situation where you have
I want to hear my own voice. Go back. Is the volume good? Yeah, the volume's good. More sound settings. I want to go to properties and I want to listen to this device. Play back through that thing. Check. Apply. Check. Check. Hey. Okay.
TSA employees working without getting paid, or they're calling out and working other jobs. There were also just major storms where it was like, hey, we'd love to fly to Atlanta, but there may be a bunch of tornadoes. Luckily, we got show done, security cleared up by the time I wanted to go through. I figured out some flights. I got the last seat out of Panama City, Florida, and so I got to cuddle with my wife last night and see my boys this morning. So I'm in a great mood. It was just kind of the cherry on top of what was actually a good 24-hour Austin trip. Went out there, was nominated, and then actually won, boom, the Indie Pack Award for Best Independent News and Politics. Was taking it home over some friends of the show, as well as fuckface Matt Walsh. So a quick but also big thank you to my team across all the places, and a big thank you to all you beautiful bastards, especially those of you who have been with me since the webcam days. Like, you supported and funded my show before anyone really even took it serious. But With that said, there's a lot we need to talk about today, starting with this. Israel claims to have killed Iran's de facto leader. Also, Trump's claiming he doesn't need NATO's help, even though he just asked for it. And an intelligence official that he appointed has now resigned over his opposition to the Iran war, which he claimed came about thanks to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. But where we'll start is with this latest Israeli assassination in Iran, where the military claimed to have killed Iranian National Security Chief Alldayerrydaybaby, as well as besieged commander Reza Soleimani, with Israel's defense minister saying in a statement, Alldayerrydaybaby and the besieged commander were eliminated overnight and joined the head of the annihilation.
You know, I'd like to pause and go get my iPods. I'll be right back. I left them in the car, and I don't want to lose track of them. I'll be right back. Oh, threw my back out. Damn it. Hi there, kitty. Here's the good kitty. Ah, stiff. Okay. I think I'll do my normal headphones, yeah. Oh, God, stiff. Okay. No, I do not want to launch this app. No. No. So annoying.
Program referring to the previous supreme leader and all the eliminated members of the axis of evil in the depths of hell. And as far as who these people are, the Besieged, it's a volunteer paramilitary force affiliated with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that has been repeatedly targeted by US and Israeli strikes over the course of this war. And a key reason being the role that it played in suppressing dissent in the country, including by taking part in several brutal protest crackdowns that have killed thousands over the years. And with that, Soleimani, he's long been under US and European sanctions for his involvement. Although notably, Alldayerrydaybaby, he's believed to have played an even bigger part in the extraordinarily violent handling of the nationwide protests earlier this year. And actually, since then, he had effectively been running the country, sidelining even the president, according to the New York Times. And in addition to keeping a lid on dissent, he's been a key liaison with Iran's allies, including Russia, as well as regional actors like Qatar and Oman. But he even oversaw nuclear negotiations with the United States, and as a trusted confidant of the supreme leader, he was among a select group of officials tasked with devising a plan to ensure that the regime would survive if the supreme leader were assassinated. But then with all that, Alldayerrydaybaby, he had also been seen as one of the more pragmatic voices forces inside of the regime. Right, way back in 2015, he played a key role in securing approval for the nuclear deal negotiated under Obama, which then, of course, Trump withdrew the United States from in 2018. And though his stance, it hardened after the Trump administration broke off talks with Iran to take military action last June, he seemingly remained open to some sort of agreement. Last month, for example, when talks were back underway in Oman, he described his country's position as positive, with him arguing that the US had realized that the military option wasn't viable and saying resorting to negotiation is a rational path. Though also with that, he accused Israel of trying to sabotage the diplomatic track to ignite a war. And so some have argued, well, he was proven right. So after talks again collapsed following the US and Israeli attack, Alldayerrydaybaby struck maybe his most defiant tone yet, saying on social media, "We will burn their hearts. We will make the Zionist criminals and the shameless Americans regret their actions. The brave soldiers and the great nation of Iran will deliver an unforgettable lesson to the hellish international oppressors." And with that, he became Iran's de facto leader, and he continued to vow defiance, recently rejecting media reports that he wanted new talks with the US and issuing a statement just yesterday calling on Muslims around the world to support Iran, and also defending Iran's attacks on Gulf states that he accused of hosting American bases and Israeli interests. But also, while he ramped up the rhetoric, it appeared he also didn't stop being a pragmatist, with him, for example, reportedly opposing the appointment of the deceased supreme leader's son as his replacement, instead lobbying for a more moderate option as a way of showing the public and the international community that Iran was changing direction. So you have experts arguing that his death, it's just going to embolden hardliners and enable security forces to tighten their grip, with one telling the Times, "Now that it seems everything is in the hands of the military elite, it's very difficult to imagine how and if they can come up with some ideas or if they can show enough flexibility to accept the ideas of the other side to end the war." And adding, "The process of elite fitting, every layer that you remove, the next layer is going to be more hardline." And that also tracks with what US intelligence assessments have reportedly been saying even before Alldayerrydababy's assassination, which is that the regime is consolidating power and will likely remain in place for the time being, weaker but more hardline, with the Revolutionary Guard exerting greater control. And according to reports, security forces have been cracking down on dissent despite the war, arresting people suspected of collaborating with foreign powers and threatening would-be protesters with death to fend off any potential uprising. And then you also have experts arguing that the hardliners, now with even more influence, they may be even more eager than ever to develop a nuclear weapon. The key point being that Iran is still hanging on to a believed 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium, although whether it can currently access that material and whether they'd be able to convert it into a bomb, that's still not known right now. And then notably, with all that, Trump was reportedly told about the likelihood of a more entrenched Revolutionary Guard before he gave the go-ahead to jointly launch the war with Israel. And you had one person familiar with the assessment telling the Washington Post, it wasn't just predictable, it was predicted. He was told in advance. But Trump also reportedly warned that attacking Iran could trigger retaliation against American allies in the Gulf. But still, yesterday you had him claiming that this came as a surprise.
They hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. They fought back.
Trump also seemingly acknowledged yesterday that the US and Israel's own attacks on Iranian leadership were making the chances of a negotiated end to this war even slimmer.
We don't even know their leaders. We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are.
But then also, with everything here, Israel doesn't appear to be slowing down on its efforts to take out top leaders of the regime. Or with Netanyahu again suggesting that this is aimed at toppling the government once and for all, saying, "We are undermining this regime in the hope of giving the Iranian people an opportunity to remove it." Although you also had him conceding, this will not happen all at once, and it will not happen easily. And with that, you had a military spokesperson saying that Israel's goal was maximum accomplishments in a minimum time frame, and adding that it was ready to operate as long as needed. So you have yet another sign that Israel is ready to just kind of keep this up for as long as it takes. So that's also as there's a question of, will Trump remain on board as well? Because he's gone back and forth between claiming an end to the war is, really close and suggesting that it could last much longer. Although you have some saying that he's really not the one calling the shots anymore, and some saying that Israel is really the one at the wheel. And that apparently includes Joe Kent, who's one of the country's top counterterrorism officials, who announced his resignation today, writing on social media, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby." But also with that, whatever role Israel played in starting this war, ending it, it's also going to depend on Iran. With even people close to Trump reportedly concerned that Iran's attacks on oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, it might be forcing him into a situation where escalating the conflict, maybe by putting American boots on the ground, might be seen by him as the only way to credibly claim victory. Or with one person, described as being close to the White House, telling Politico, "We clearly just kicked Iran's ass in the field, but to a large extent, they hold the cards now. They decide how long we're involved, and they decide if we put boots on the ground. And it doesn't seem to me that there's a way around it if we want to save face." And that may be especially the case as Trump's latest idea idea for securing the strait doesn't seem to be working out so well. But as we talked about yesterday when I was stuck in that hotel room, Trump has asked NATO members and other countries to help unblock the Strait of Hormuz, but their response has been, we'll call it, less than enthusiastic. So you've since had Trump suggesting that his request for help in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, it was actually a loyalty test, with him claiming, I'm almost doing it in some cases not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react. Though at the same time, he claimed that numerous countries have told him that they're on the way. But then, when asked to name them, he responded, I'd rather not say yet, but we'll be announcing them. And today, he again suggested that this was a great test for NATO, warning that the United States would remember its inaction. Right? And Trump adding on social media that because of the fact that we have had such military success, we no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. Though he then immediately contradicted himself, right, by saying that it's not just that the US no longer needs their help, but that it never did. And then you also had Trump telling reporters that he wasn't worried that putting American troops on the ground in Iran could turn into another Vietnam War, saying, I'm really not afraid of that. I'm really not afraid of anything. While that scenario, it might seem unlikely given the more limited ground options currently being considered, crossing that line, it would likely prolong the war and put troops at greater risk, which obviously is a big thing to consider because as of now, 13 American service members have died since the start of the war, according to the Pentagon. And that's as a number of troops have been wounded or injured. And ultimately, how much that number continues to go up, it may be determined by decisions that Donald Trump makes over the coming days and weeks. And actually, while we wait to see what happens there, he's already talking about the next government that he wants to topple. Because Trump's threatening to take aim at Cuba as they experience yet another nationwide blackout that's left over 10 million struggling, and it sparked fiery protests across the island.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba.
In some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean,
just taking
whether
it.
I free it, take it.
I really would like you to pass away peacefully.
I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now.
It's just his latest threat of
Maybe a stroke in his KFC heart tonight, you know? Just a little stroke. Just a little stroke. Come on, stroke.
forward intervention, and it comes as reports say that Cuba reported a total disconnection of the country's national electric system yesterday.
No, the doctors probably prop him up with every goddamn what do they call those steroid on the planet. I know they do. Okay, my mother is just a middle class lady all of her life, and they have her on like 5 steroids. I can't imagine what they have his dinosaur ass on. He probably takes like 30 different steroids every day just to keep his brain from fucking turning to mush every single day. And so no, I doubt he will pass it from a stroke. They probably have him on such strong ass steroids and shit. His body's probably actually not very healthy, but it's probably not very sick either because he's got the best doctors in the land. Probably probably 3 hours every morning he like goes to a doctor. I guarantee it. Some private doctor that they keep in the fucking White House or some stupid shit, or in Mar-a-Lago. He probably does have a private clinic in Mar-a-Lago with state-of-the-art everything. And he just shows up at his own clinic. Why wait for a doctor's office when you can just full employ a doctor all the time? I don't think he has that kind of money, but, you know, or he does have that kind of money, but I don't know if he would waste that kind of money, though. I don't know if he would waste... Oops. Where do I want to be here? That's a little too close. Oops, did I get a fight? Oh, join fleet. No. I don't know. This camera, I like this camera, but it's still too far zoomed in. Yeah. This is better. It's like a little better, yeah, so. Yeah, it's better. All right. 19 jumps to Sujaw. I don't know. 19 jumps through low sec. I don't think it's worth it. I don't know. Who voices Splinter in the TMT movies? Who voices Splinter in the TMT movies? Via fleet, link chew. 55%. I mean, I can't make it if it wasn't 19 jumps. If it wasn't 19 jumps. I don't know what that is. So I just won't say anything. Oh, the fucking turtle is so annoying. Shut up. Shut up, you. Die. You are so annoying. You're so annoying. Die, you. I want to be able to hear the sound, but...
With some residents saying, like, this blackout didn't even surprise them as they're getting used to living without power, while others, they're left scrambling to find alternatives.
Getting used to live without power?
And as reports describe this as a looming humanitarian crisis, the U.S. has continued to keep Cuba cut off from Venezuela's oil and has maintained the threat to spike tariffs for any country that offers help. With that, you have Reuters saying that Cuba has received only 2 small oil vessels this year. The first one came into the Havana port back in January from Mexico, who is a regular oil supplier of Cuba against tariff threats. Also, Mexican citizens have helped with food relief for Cuba, but they also know that with the U.S.'s pressure on the island, it's still not enough.
Mexico is showing its solidarity, but we must not fool ourselves. It's a symbolic act and doesn't help the real problem on the island and its long-term solution.
And then in addition to Mexico, the next vessel came in February from Jamaica with liquefied petroleum gas known as cooking gas, but that's also been it, right? That's as the United States has held a 65-year embargo on Cuba, effectively bleeding Cuba dry as Trump stands against their leadership. And so with all these factors at play, you had Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel saying that they haven't seen a drop of fuel for their already dated power grid in 3 months. And so as millions of Cuban citizens have continued to struggle trouble through this. Rare protests have erupted and videos have spread showing people attacking the Communist Party headquarters directly. Right, reports saying that every night for 10 days they have gone out to protest in a different area of the country because of the blackouts, saying this is the first time they protested so many consecutive days in a row. And as these protests have raged on, President Diaz-Canel said last week that he was in talks with the US aimed at finding solutions through dialogue to the bilateral differences between the two nations. But we're also still not sure if Trump's actually on the same page.
Cuba's a disaster, but I've been hearing so much about Cuba, but Cuba's in its last moments of life. As it
What? You are in your last moments of life, piece of shit.
It'll have a great new life, but it's in its last moments of life the way it is.
Also with this, a White House official told the Washington Post, as the president has stated, we are talking to Cuba, whose leaders should make a deal, which he believes would be very easily made. And adding Cuba is a failing nation whose rulers have had a major setback with the loss of support from Venezuela and with Mexico ceasing to send them oil. And also, like, this pressure on Cuba, it's something that we all saw coming from a mile away after he started dropping hints that their government may face the same fate as Venezuela's.
Cuba's at the end of the line. They're very much at the end of the line. They have no money, they have no oil. They have a bad philosophy, they have a bad regime.
And since then, he's also said that he'll be turning his attention to Cuba after the war in Iran's over. And as Trump closes in, Cuban officials haven't been quiet about the strain that they're under, even reportedly offering to allow Cuban nationals outside of the country to participate in the country's economic and social development. Or with Cuba's deputy prime minister and economic czar reportedly saying Cuban nationals outside the country would be permitted to invest in the country's small private sector and own businesses on the island. Which that alone is news, right? Because the communist regimes don't usually take kindly to those who escape. Cuban communist leadership, they've often referred to those who fled during the revolution as scum and a slur meaning maggots. So
Why? Why? Because you think they didn't want to be stomped in by fascists any longer? Shut up.
The deputy prime minister's offer?
It's people trying to live, you fucking fascists. Even if you are commie like pinkos or whatever, like revolutionaries, it doesn't matter. It's still people trying to not die. You view them as pussies. They're just the public and they don't want to die to your worthless ass fucking power struggles. Can you blame them? I feel the same. That's my favorite one. Fuck that. It's fucking Chuck Norris jokes. Everyone's got their favorite Chuck Norris jokes. That was my phone. Where is it? Gmail. What's this now?
It might be too little too late. Many Cubans outside of the island, they rejected it. For you groups like the Assembly of the Cuban Resistance, a Miami-based group of Cuban exiles saying, the regime must be truly desperate to seek resources from the very people they once branded as scum and forced into exile. We know this administration despises free Cubans who refuse to be controlled by the Communist Party, and adding it is vital to withhold investment now and wait for a truly free Cuba. You also have other US residents in places with high Cuban populations speaking out against the Cuban government as well.
The protest in Cuba is good, beautiful, beautiful. For the people in Cuba.
Also in Kansas City, which is roughly 2,000 Cuban residents, people with families still on the island, they organize support and prayer gatherings for those suffering through the outages. And so overall, this ends up being a pretty sticky situation. On the one hand, you seemingly have a desperate one-party communist government structure in Cuba that's trying to make amends with people that they've ousted for so many years, while also still arresting those who are speaking out on the island. And then on the other hand, you have our president, who seems to be kind of a glutton for foreign intervention, going into other countries and stomping out whatever leaders he doesn't agree with, while driving Americans closer to a fascist regime every day. And so as per usual, it looks like it's the people who get the short end of the stick, because neither government seems to be operating in their interest. And while with the power, there have been small pockets of Cuba where power has been restored, the power crisis, it is still very much present, and it seems only to be an occupational hazard for the leaders at play here. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let's take a quick break and thank a sponsor. I think we can all agree that dinner, it shouldn't be a nightly episode of what's in the fridge and why is it sad. We've all been there when dinner becomes a daily boss fight. What are we eating? Who's cooking? Why is everything expired? Today's sponsor, HelloFresh, it makes home cooking way easier. Just pick your meals, they send the ingredients, and you end up looking wildly more put together than you feel. You can also choose from 100+ recipes every week with tons of variety, so you're not stuck in a permanent chicken again loop. They've also got 35+ high protein recipes weekly, including Mediterranean and other whatever you're doing friendly options. And I'm talking quality upgrade stuff too. 3 times the seafood for no upcharge, plus options like grass-fed steak ribeyes when you feel like you want to feel fancy on a Tuesday. And I love that they use wholesome ingredients like sustainably sourced seafood and antibiotic-free chicken. Bigger portions also mean fewer people doing the "so is there more" stare after dinner. And a personal thing is I'm a fan because it gets us cooking at home with the boys, more often without turning dinner into a second job. It's the rare life upgrade that actually makes my cooking process easier. So just go to hellofresh.com/DeFranco10FM or scan that QR code to get 10 free meals plus a freeze grilling knife on your third box. But then diving right back into the news, a war reporter in Israel got death threats because gamblers on Polymarket had millions of dollars riding on whether an Iranian missile was intercepted or not. Or they wanted him to change his reporting, and when he refused, they tracked down where he lives, they named his family members, and gave him a countdown to comply. And this is one of those stories that it sounds fake until you see the receipts. Right, so diving into the specifics, Emmanuel Manny Fabian, he's a 28-year-old war correspondent for the Times of Israel. And on March 10th, an Iranian ballistic missile hit just outside of a suburb of Jerusalem. Emergency services found that it landed in a forest about 500 meters away from any homes. Nobody was killed, nobody was hurt, and you had Manny putting out a routine live blog post saying exactly that, and also sharing video footage of the explosion from the warhead. It was this minor update in the middle of a war, and then the messages started. First, you had an email in Hebrew asking him to correct his post to say it wasn't a missile that made contact, but rather an interceptor fragment. But you had Manny pushing back, noting that the Israeli military had confirmed that it was a missile warhead and that
that's
the
a
footage
missile,
showed
you
explosion
idiot.
from hundreds of kilograms of explosives.
Yeah,
saying
what?
normally a fragment does not produce such an explosion.
Not that
And
explosion,
the next day,
no.
there was another email, same argument, different person, same request, change the report, saying if you could correct this tonight, you would
No.
be doing me and many others a great favor. And then it moved over to
So,
Twitter with
are you
users jumping into his
begging?
replies asking him to confirm the missile was intercepted. And again, this is after he had already shared video of the warhead exploding on contact. And so Manny, he started digging, and the people that were pressing him were all connected to Polymarket. And for those who haven't followed Polymarket, it's this prediction market where users bet on the outcome of news events, elections, sports, press
They're trying to sway it. They're trying to sway it by convincing him to declare it whatever they bet on. And that's not a bad gambler. If a gambler's doing that, they understand gambling. If you don't have a house, if you don't have an advantage over the house, you can't win. The house always wins. So you have to have an advantage. You got to be cheating or working with somebody or tapping something on your leg or counting cards or getting comped or something like that. You can't just beat the fucking house, right? So what do they do to beat the house? They try and call and try to get somebody, like, to trick somebody into calling it in their favor. Who cares if it's actually the reality? You get called, it gets called in your favor, and Kalshi pays out. And then you never have to work again. So they'll do anything, you understand? They don't care about making a phone call and trying to socially engineer some guy if it means they never have to work again. They don't care. I don't think I do either. This is why those websites should be outlawed. They should be outlawed. There's gambling, and then there's that stuff, which is basically crime. It's basically crime, I would say. It's not totally crime. It's just using a mass amount of public to bet on something. It should be considered crime. It's graft is the word they call this, or kind of like an MLM, sort of.
References, active war zones, you name it, it's probably there. Billions of dollars in weekly trading, and
It's not MLM, it's betting, it's gambling, but it's built like an MLM. Only the house wins. If you beat the house on predictive gambling, it means you were probably swaying the outcome somehow.
technically it bars US users, but there are US users. And the specific bet at the center of this was titled "Iran Strikes Israel on?" with more than $16 million being waged on March 10th. And the rules said that the market resolves yes if, quote, Iran initiates a strike on Israeli soil on that date, but missiles or drones that are intercepted will not be sufficient for a yes resolution. So Manny's reporting that the missile hit the ground, wasn't intercepted, it made contact, and that people who bet no were about to lose big. And so they apparently decided that that was his problem to fix. And so with all this, Manny posted on Twitter, "My message to you gamblers is simple. Fuck off, stop harassing me, and find a better hobby than falsifying journalistic reports for financial."
Yeah, like what? Yeah, he's like, what? I have a real job with real money and I don't gamble it all away like you fucking idiots. It is like, be like a fucking real man and stop lying and shit. And that's how I feel too. I don't think you could call my job a job because it pays like $1,000 a year. But I mean, you know, it's not my bread source. It's not my main bread source. That's disability. You know, so it's like my job, like I do my job and like I don't sit there and fuck with other people. That's the main thing. Don't go fucking with other people, especially when it involves swaying gambling. That's particularly nasty. Cheating. Damn fool, weren't you 40 like yesterday? sex status. Juliet Mimi. Did you die? Yes. Yay.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh, oops. I have 100 fish. Yeah? Oh, Kitty, are you here? Oh, Kitty, are you outside? No, you're here. What can I do for you, baby? Oh, you're hungry, huh? Okay. Get back. I'm gonna put my headphones in so I can hear if something bad happens. I'm gonna feed your kid an over it. Dinner time for Kitty. Let's get you some party mix meow meows. You want some party mix meow meows? Treat. Yeah, I need some party mix meow meows. Meow meow kitty treats. Yeah, I'm gonna throw some kitty treats on this. Alright, Kitty, enjoy. right, kitty, enjoy.
And you are...
7 gold. I gotta send that off. Damn.
Watch your back. I'm listening. Farewell. Be quick about your business.
Damn, I'm cooking up a store and make a lot of money, and I'll buy gear with it. That's how I'll survive. Oops.
Financial gain. But that, it really didn't stop anything. A colleague from another publication reached out. A friend of his was asking him to convince Manny to change the article, called it a negligible update with a more favorable outlook, and when the colleague confronted that friend, the friend confirmed that it was about polymarket bets. He even offered the colleague a cut of the winnings if he got Manny to change the report. And then it goes from ridiculous to terrifying, right? After Manny
Change the reporter will fucking kill you.
refused, someone reached out on WhatsApp. First in
Change the order or we'll fucking kill you.
Hebrew, then switching to English, saying you have no idea how much you put yourself at risk, saying today is the most significant day of your career. You have two choices. Either believe that we have the capabilities, and after you make us lose $900,000, we will invest no less than that to finish you, or end this with money in your pocket and also earn back the life that you had until now. And when Manny didn't respond, the person started listing details about his home, his neighborhood, his parents, and his siblings, saying it took them less than 5 minutes to find out exactly where you live, how often you see your lovely parents, and exactly who your brothers and sisters are. And then there was a countdown, right? There would be a fatal mistake if he didn't respond in 10 minutes. And then when he still didn't respond, they said, you have 90 minutes left to update the lie. If you decide not to correct it, you will discover enemies who will be willing to pay anything to make your life miserable. And saying, as far as I know, there are also some people who don't really care about the law, and you're about to make them lose about 50 times what you'll ever make. 86 minutes left. You are the only one responsible for your life. Manny actually told the Washington Post that he almost gave in, saying, I thought, do I just change it? Because it doesn't really matter. But then
Yeah, like it doesn't really matter. And then, but no, it does matter. It's your journalistic integrity.
I thought, if I do this now, they're gonna come back to me again and ask for other things to be changed. They would have probably never stopped doing that if they knew that they could make money this way. And so instead, he filed a police report and he published the whole story.
Yeah,
Every
that's how
message,
blackmail
every
is.
threat,
They
hoping
just
that
want an
publicity would
opening.
deter bettors from targeting other journalists in the future. But even he admits that that's unlikely. And it's even more unlikely that every journalist who gets this kind of pressure is gonna have the same response. Now, as far as Polymarket, they condemn the threat, saying that they violate the terms of service and have no place on the platform, and adding, prediction markets depend on the integrity of independent reporting. Attempts to pressure journalists to alter their reporting undermine that integrity and undermine the markets themselves, and claiming that the accounts involved were banned and their information was passed to the authorities. But then also, one of the bigger questions is whether prediction markets should be allowed to operate on war events at all. And with that, you have Senators Chris Murphy and Greg Casar. They're introducing the Bets Off Act, or the Banning Event Trading on Sensitive Operations and Federal Functions Act, with Murphy's office saying that the bill would put a stop to these corrupt wagers, crack down on prediction markets that flout the law with offshore platforms, and reject the idea that we should commodify every part of our lives. So
Yeah.
really, whether it has a shot to pass, it depends on what happens with the midterms, or whether the Democrats can get any power back, and also what kind of Democrats wind up elected. Just adding my opinion here, none of this, if you've been watching the show, at the very least, none of this should be surprising, right? There are a lot of people participating because it's out there, and if no one's going to do anything, some people are like, well, I might as well take part. But this is something that's going to happen when you let people bet millions of dollars on war. The truth, it becomes a liability, just another thing to be changed. Accurate reporting, it becomes a financial threat to people with resources and motivation to make that threat very personal. And the only thing without regulation that's standing between the integrity of the information and a payout is whether one reporter decides to hold the line. And while Manny appears to have held the line here, the next reporter might not. Right, but then also, on the note of the elections and the midterms and the politicians, we gotta talk about what's going down in Illinois right now. Right, because Dick Durbin's retiring from the Senate and 5 more Democrats are retiring from the House, and so vying for that Senate seat are 3 Democrats. The current state lieutenant governor, Juliana Stratton.
I'm Juliana Stratton, and I'm proud to have lived my whole life on the south side of Chicago.
Representative Raja Krishnamurthy.
My opponents can call me whatever they want. You can just call me Raja.
And Representative Robin Kelly.
I'm Robin Kelly, daughter of a grocer and a postal worker.
The poll's opening up today, and so by tomorrow, if not tonight, we should know who the winner is. Right, and the Senate seat in question is safely blue, so it is presumed that whoever wins this primary, they're going to win the general as well. But also with this, you have people watching it closely to see if it signals anything about the trajectory of the Democratic cryptocurrency interests have thrown millions of dollars behind Krishnamurthy, leading to fears that he would be beholden to the industry. Then on the other side, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who's a billionaire, has thrown millions of his own dollars behind Stratton, leading to accusations that he's tipping the scales. And all the while, Kelly's trailing well behind both of her competitors, who are neck and neck. Right, and they also reflect differences within the party about the correct stand to take on ICE and immigration. Stratton's jumped fully on board the abolish ICE movement. Krishnamurthy has proposed to abolish Trump's ICE, and Kelly wants to dismantle ICE and the Department of Homeland Security broadly. And then at the same time, in the House primaries, there's a lot of money floating around from crypto, AI, and dark money groups, as well as, another big issue is Israel. Because the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, or AIPAC, they have poured over $20 million into several races, reportedly using shell PACs rather than its main super PAC to hide where the money's coming from. And interestingly, its ads made sure to focus on anything but Israel, likely because polling has shown that support among Democrats is declining. So we're gonna have to wait to see if their efforts there work, because last month they tried the same thing in New Jersey and it backfired spectacularly. Or with AIPAC there attacking a pro-Israel moderate who didn't support unconditional aid to Israel, but then in doing so, they accidentally handed the race to a progressive who's accused Israel of genocide. So now in Illinois, AIPAC started doing something similar, attacking Daniel Biss, the grandson of a Holocaust survivor who has criticized Israel in favor of their preferred candidate, Laura Fine. But that also appears to have maybe created an opening for Palestinian-American progressive Kat Abou-Ghazaleh to gain some ground. And so seemingly, in fearing a repeat of New Jersey, AIPAC pivoted in the final stretch of the race, refocusing its attacks on Abou-Ghazaleh directly. And then, as we're waiting to see the results there, we're also seeing things heat up in the Senate primary in Maine, right? Because Democrats, they believe that they can mount a challenge to the state's Republican Senator, Susan Collins, who's held her seat for nearly 3 decades now. And while she won her last re-election bid in 2020 by 8.6 points, Trump lost Maine that year by 9 points, as well as 2024 by 7 points. So the Dems, who don't have many soft targets to pick from in the first place, they might be able to flip Collins' seat. But of course, there's a big debate around who is the best candidate to pull that off. And so on one side, you've got Maine's moderate sitting governor, Janet Mills.
Fight back, Janet. I won't sit idly by while Maine people suffer and politicians like Susan Collins bend a knee as if this were normal. My workers prepared me for this fight, and I'm ready to win. This election will be a simple choice. Is Maine going to bow down or stand up? I know my answer.
And then on the other side, there's the progressive challenger, Graham Plattner, an oyster farmer, military veteran, and former private military contractor.
Why are groceries so expensive? Why are we still spending billions of taxpayer dollars to fund other countries' wars? Why are electricity bills going up? Why are billionaires and corporations running DC? I'm Graham Plattner, and I approve this message because we deserve a government that takes down the oligarchy, not democracy.
She's 78 years old, he's 41. She's won statewide races before, he's never held office. She's an establishment insider, he's a populist outsider. She's got the endorsement of Chuck Schumer, he's got support from Bernie Sanders. In the race, it's tight. Though, I will say some polls have shown Plattner in the lead, and he's raised much more money than Mills. But Plattner also has a background that he's been trying to overcome, and now in the first attack ad of the race, we've seen Mills pouncing on that.
Did you know Graham Plattner wrote that women worried about rape need to, quote,
not get so up they wind up having sex with someone they don't mean to.
What?
Disgusting. Plattner wrote to avoid rape, women should, quote,
act like an adult for sake.
Graham Plattner, seriously.
We blame the victim? That's a horrible thing to say.
Disqualifying. I have not seen this.
He's a bully.
This guy gives off a vibe.
Just no way I could vote for you.
No.
Graham Plattner, the closer you look, the worse it
No.
gets.
Right, what's being referenced there are a handful of Reddit posts that Plattner made around 2013 that are not great. He's saying that women concerned about rape should not get so fucked up they wind up having sex with someone they don't mean to and should act like an adult for fuck's sake. As well as appearing to say in today's current climate, when every whisper of a misplaced hand brings down a feature-length film, anyone who actually thinks the military is purposefully covering up rape to save the career of some goddamn captain is clearly both an idiot and junior enough in rank or life experience to think it matters. Right, and then in another post he asked, why don't black people tip? Then, around 2018, 2020, more posts appear to show him calling himself a communist, referring to cops as bastards, and agreeing that rural white people are racist and stupid, which then many found to be a bit ironic, not only because he himself is a white oyster farmer, but also because it was revealed that he had a tattoo resembling the Nazi death's head on his chest. Now there, in his defense, he claims that he got the ink in 2007 during a drunken night out in Croatia with a few...
Oh, he was drunk in another country, so, you know, the Nazi symbol is totally fine.
Fellow machine gunners, and saying that he picked the image at random from options displayed on the wall of the tattoo parlor, with him also since covering it up, and he blames his older posts on his depression and PTSD after returning from Iraq and Afghanistan.
The infantry was a very male-dominated place. But when I got out, I still had the crude humor, the dark feeling.
You mean you're a Nazi?
The offensive language that really was a hallmark of the infantry when I was in it. I made comments that I'm not happy about, that I do not agree with, but they came from a time and place in my life. And so for those of you who have read these things and been offended, have read these things and...
Hot noise coming from the mouth of a Nazi.
I'm deeply sorry.
But with all that, Mills, I mean, she's doing everything she can to make that scandal stick, and we should also expect to see similar attack ads leading up to June's primary. And at that point, it's up to Maine's Democratic voters, right? Some are going to forgive his past, like one local business owner who put it to Vanity Fair, saying I'm a voter who wants to not fund genocide and to have universal health care. That matters more to me than some old Reddit post and a tattoo. And right now, at least according to the polling, it looks like more people are leaning that way. It's a tight race and anything could happen, but it does seem like there are a lot of people who just want new leaders. But for now, while we wait to see what happens, I'd love to know your thoughts on what's happening in Illinois and in Maine, especially if you live there and you could take part in those elections. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, if payroll is the word that instantly ruins your mood, congrats, you run a small business. And thankfully, today's sponsor, Gusto, exists, right? It's online payroll and benefits software built for small businesses, simple, remote friendly, and actually easy to use. It's basically the stop duct taping your business together button. Payroll, hiring, onboarding, and team support all in one place. And it automates the headache stuff like taxes and direct deposits, so you're not spending your Friday in spreadsheet prison. You can also set up benefits like health coverage, commuter perks, workers' comp, and even 401k options. So your business can be legit without you having to become an HR wizard. Plus, you get unlimited payroll runs for one monthly price. No, oops, you paid people too many times fee. Also, built-in tools for offer letters and onboarding docs help you get signatures without chasing people like you're running a weird adult scavenger hunt. And if HR gets messy, you can access certified HR experts, aka someone who's calm and objective when you feel like you're not gonna be. Also, switching is designed to be quick, move your data over, get set up fast, and you don't pay until you run your first payroll. So do yourself a favor and go try it today at gusto.com/DeFranco to get 3 months free when you run your first payroll. Just one more time, gusto.com/DeFranco. Then, diving right back into the news, there is another MAGA war that's dropping, and this one is about whether a Nazi salute should be considered free speech. Because the University of Florida College Republicans chapter just sued the school after being shut down over photos of members doing the salute, and groups group chat messages saying that Hitler didn't do enough. And it's all happening less than 2 weeks after a completely separate Florida college had its own conservative group chats leaked, where with those containing the N-word over 400 times, there were violent threats against black people, and that chat was renamed after a mythical white civilization promoted by Nazi leaders. But regarding the UF situation, late last week, you had an activist posting a photo on social media showing two people doing a Nazi salute, claiming that one of them was a leader of the UF College Republicans. And then on Saturday, the National Federation of College Republicans, NFCR, they shared that photo along with screenshots from a campus group chat where one person said Hitler didn't do enough and another joked about beating up women. But the guy who made the Hitler comment told reporters that he was just joking, that he wasn't being anti-Semitic. He also claimed that he was never part of the UF College Republicans, even though he appeared to confirm being in their group chat. And with all this, you had the NFCR saying it had actually revoked the chapter's charter the previous month over these incidents and was working with the university to formalize the decision, which is notable because it suggests that the school may have known about all this before it blew up online. All while the University of Florida, which turns out to have the highest percentage of Jewish students of any public college in the country, announced that it would deactivate the chapter in compliance with university policies, but also help reactivate it under new leadership. And under the decision, the group could lose access to campus spaces and funding until they're reinstated. But the UF College Republicans, they didn't go quietly. Or they posted a statement claiming that the Florida branch of the National Federation didn't have any authority over their chapter because they're actually a part of a different student Republican organization. And they accused the Federation of lying to, quote, silence Christian conservative groups on campus and implied that they were targeted for hosting an event with a far-right gubernatorial candidate who's caused a rift among Florida Republicans. But then the NFCR, they pushed back, writing on Twitter. Multiple emails and texts refute this claim. The chapter certainly had no issue identifying itself as an NFCR chapter when it was time to request boxes or speakers. And then yesterday, the chapter filed a lawsuit against the university alleging that it violated its First Amendment rights by punishing protected off-campus speech, with a suit asking the federal judge to declare the university's actions unconstitutional, reactivate the group, and award damages and legal fees. And their lawyer, Anthony Sabatini, accused the university of punishing the group for being part of the new right or hard right and alleged that the state Republican Party targeted the chapter for promoting an aggressive America First agenda, which then had some saying that it sounds like they're doing the quiet part out loud, saying that they want to openly argue that Nazi salutes are protected speech that's part of the MAGA agenda. And again, all this is happening less than 2 weeks after a completely different Florida school blew up over leaked group chats that were somehow even worse. Right, according to the Miami Herald, the chat was created for conservative students at Florida International University by the Secretary of Miami-Dade County's Republican Party, who is himself a student at the school, with the group including top conservative student leaders, including the now former TPUSA chapter president and college Republicans recruitment chair. And within 3 weeks, the chat was full of racist slurs and active threats of violence. One person writing about dozens of ways to violently kill black people. People also mused about Hitler's policies, and at one point, the chat was renamed to honor a mythical civilization promoted by Nazi leaders, which actually the college Republican recruitment chair called Nazi heaven. Additionally, the N-word was used more than 400 times. Women were regularly called whores. Slurs against Jewish and gay people, they were constant. And so with all this, FIU launched a criminal investigation, and the TPUSA and college Republicans leaders both stepped down. But also, the actual government official, right, the Miami-Dade County Republican Party secretary who created the chat, he has refused to resign despite calls from Republican leaders, right? He claims that he didn't see much of the content until the Herald contacted him and said that he was shocked by some of the comments in the group chat that he created. But also, the thing is, like, there's a pattern here, right? This isn't really even new. Last fall, Politico exposed a Telegram group chat between high-ranking leaders of young Republican organizations across the country, and there you had more than 2,700 pages of messages full of racist, anti-Semitic, and violent rhetoric. Like, you don't have to dig to find this stuff anymore. It's in private group chats of politically active young conservatives who want to be the future leaders of the party. It's on what's left of Twitter. Top voices in MAGA and the far right, they use and encourage this language publicly. You know, as far as why this matters, I think it's important to know that there are two things kind of happening here at the same time. The first is that this kind of rhetoric, Nazi salutes, Hitler praise, violent racism, slurs as casual conversation, it keeps showing up in places where young conservative leaders are organizing. It is not on the fringes. It is in the leadership pipelines. It is in the group chats between chapter presidents and county party officials. This isn't a couple of bad apples in a bushel or, you know, the few poison M&Ms in the bowl. But then the second thing is when anyone tries to hold them accountable, and that includes their own party. There's been a shift, right? This is no longer like, oh, well, this was taken out of context or we condemn this behavior as far as like general. Instead, the argument that Nazi salutes are protected speech and punishing us for that is un-American. You seemingly have this lawyer who's framing it as part of the America First agenda. So for the people out there that think after Trump, like, there might be some big magic return to normalcy, seemingly, at least a decent chunk of the movement, it's headed this other way. And on that happy note, that brings us to the end of today's Tuesday Philip DeFranco Show Dive into the News. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, I don't think Trump dying or leaving office is going to fix any of this. I think it's now like a bifurcated nation. That's what happens when the devil fucking shows up and when the right-wing devil shows up. Bifurcation. People just won't be around them. People of color, women, and they bifurcate the goddamn community. Is fucking stupid.
Love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
It means split in 2 or 3. You can't really negotiate with the United States anymore. Nothing their leadership says can be trusted. Ooh. Oh, damn. The fact that we could have people in the government that are in their 90s is insane to me. Panel of Trumps. Everyone hates NVIDIA DLSS 5.
NVIDIA revealed DLSS 5 yesterday, only to be roasted by everybody for how it seemingly yassifies every video game character it touches. Welcome to Inside Games Daily, the only gaming news show brave enough to wholeheartedly say, this shit is so ass, Lawrence. I've been laughing at it for a day.
Dude, it's so ass, and finally we can all get on the same side and point and laugh in the same direction. I'm gonna bravely say, you know what? The tech is actually impressive. If only it didn't make every game look like an AI slop nightmare. That's where we're really running into a problem.
Kidding.
Yeah, absolutely. NVIDIA did the impossible yesterday by uniting the entire internet behind a common cause, viciously dunking on their new rendering technology, DLSS 5.
Apart from holding up the US's GDP, NVIDIA gave us all another gift yesterday. That mostly took the form of a short 70-second clip that was published to NVIDIA's YouTube channel. And this showcases what they call an AI-powered breakthrough in visual fidelity for games.
The tech, which is supposedly launching later this year, promises to infuse game visuals with photoreal lighting by using an AI model trained on a variety of lighting conditions and materials.
Yeah, NVIDIA promises that, quote, artists can determine where and how enhancements are applied to maintain each game's unique aesthetic.
And yet, the results across multiple games, they all look the same, and they all look like the sloppiest AI slop we've ever seen. And then they all got appropriately roasted far and wide.
Yes, we'll cover all that delicious rotisserie roast right after this.
Inside Games is brought to you by Heroes of History. Heroes of History is a strategic city building and hero collection game featuring famous historical and mythological characters like Einstein, Cleopatra, so many more. You grow your city, power up those legendary heroes, and then battle in real time across solo and multiplayer modes. It's basically a story across time with a bunch of different heroes that you probably know and love, like Tesla and Einstein and Tutankhamun. Heroes of History also does lots of live events, and from March 11th to April 28th, there will be a huge in-game event, Ancient Egypt. Players will step with limited, that's it, unless you can pull them from antimatter. All right, here we go, legendary. What do I get? Ancient EvE description, or that's the game. And
Jesus Christ, these people are grifters. They just wanna look at all the girl repellents in the fucking background.
Inside Games.
Thank you very much for the support, Heroes of History. All right, last we left the story, NVIDIA unveiled shocking new tech that makes every game look like yassified AI slop.
Despite it's just so good. I picture it in my mind and I laugh at it. It's great. Despite showing multiple games like Capcom's Resident Evil Requiem, Bethesda's Starfield, and Avalanche Software's Hogwarts Legacy, all the characters look eerily enhanced in very similar ways.
Yeah, we got brighter lighting and contrast that all enhance visual features like cheekbones and tends to oversaturate the face in comparison to the background, leading to human faces that we see more on YouTube thumbnails or that come out of Instagram filters rather than video games with supposedly unique aesthetics.
I love that. I just imagine the picture of Giga Chad. That's all I can think of. Just that big jutting chin. The technology's treatment of Grace Ashcroft from Resident Evil Requiem came under particular critique as the new lighting appeared to add glamour contouring to her face and fullness to her lips.
Yes, yeah, we're pursuing some traditional beauty standards, I guess, or at least that's what the AI is converging us to. I mean, she straight up looks like she got lip fillers that actually seem to visibly change the geometry of her face. And again, I guess that's what good makeup and lighting does.
Sometimes. The comparison is dreadfully similar to the higher fans lol meme, which started in 2021 with Twitter user ApexAlphaJ posting their improved rework of Aloy, only to be dunked on for years.
Yeah, I love that. I love that meme. I love people dunking on that meme. I love every iteration of it. And here we are with NVIDIA, the world's biggest company, tripping directly into that puddle. Fittingly, the memes. Oh, the memes. They came hard and fast, and they are powerful.
We should just show a couple of them here because they're the best. I mean, I don't know what you guys are seeing right now, but holy, I could laugh at these. To me, these are like cyberpunk glitches. Like I would like scroll through cyberpunk glitches if I needed an uplift on a bad day. And this is what that is.
Well, hey, let's get in on the action a little bit. I mean, we have a lot of memes. We've harvested as many as we can, but why don't we activate DLSS 5 on our show? Hey, Shooklin, flip that switch. Let's get pretty.
Oh man, NVIDIA attempted to address concerns in a pinned YouTube comment, writing that quote, "Game developers have full detailed artistic control over DLSS 5's effects to ensure they maintain their game's unique aesthetic."
They also insist it's not just a video filter, reiterating that DLSS 5 inputs the game color and motion vectors for each frame into the model, anchoring the output in the source 3D content.
Bethesda Game Studios also tried to shift the narrative in a reply to Digital Foundry on X, writing that, quote, "Our art teams will be further adjusting the lighting and final effect to look the way we think works best for each game. This will all be under our artists' control and totally optional for players."
Still, folks are understandably unconvinced, mostly because we have yet to see any evidence that that is the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Folks dogpiled Digital Foundry for speaking enthusiastically about the technology based off their time with it at GTC 2026, NVIDIA's AI conference currently underway in San Jose.
Yeah, it also seems like the moderators of the NVIDIA subreddit are working overtime, trying to clean up any, I guess, out of bounds roasting, but gosh, you can go as hard as you want on this one, I think. As long as you keep it impersonal. Don't go after people, but man, roast the hell out of these images. I love it.
That's right. NVIDIA is the largest company in the world. They can take it on the chin here. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They have not announced the specifics of DLSS 5 yet, such as a specific release date, or even what cards will support it.
Yeah, all they said is fall 2026, this year. Though Digital Foundry reported that the demo they saw was running on a system with 2 GTX 5090 cards. One was running the game, and the other was running the AI lighting model.
NVIDIA intends to ship this feature to run on a single card, though, and generally that's what they do. With DLSS 4, that would only run on the 5 series, on the 5080 to the 5090. And it's good. I mean, I really like NVIDIA. I've been using NVIDIA for years. I enjoy their tech, but this is a nightmare all the way around.
Yes, there's so much about this that is so easy to hate. And I think the most obvious one is that NVIDIA should have waited until they had a more artistically evocative way to show this. They tried to reiterate as many times in words that the creators have all the control. This will not lead to a convergence of visual style, that true artists will be able to harness this and keep games' aesthetics unique. But that's the opposite of what we saw, and that's the opposite of what we have seen from AI video. It all has a uniform look to it, and people like laughing at it because I guess it was on that side of the uncanny valley. But I feel like we're starting to trip over onto the other side. And I don't know, it's just in general, I think, tech companies have been trying to push AI into every corner of our lives to desperately justify all the investment that they've harvested to make it. But no customers were asking for it, no customers are still asking for it, and here we have the grandest showcase of the world's biggest company, supposedly the next step in AI graphics, and it looks like a sloppy TikTok video. And I don't think anybody that's played games for the last 20 years wants their games to look like that. And the implication that we might, or pay extra money for it, it's just the worst, man. It's get out of here, get out.
You're right. This is one of my favorite things to see is the billionaire class constantly telling us that AI is the future and all this sort of bullshit. And I'm tired of hearing, by the way, and I think most of us are. And it's actually starting to make me angry now. Before I used to just go to dismiss it and be like, whatever. And now they're literally forcing it, like Copilot and Microslop. And now we've got NVIDIA with DLSS 5, and they're forcing it. And it's this clear separation between billionaires and us, which is like all these billionaires being like, guys, it's going to be great. AI is going to run your life. you won't have to do anything, which is, by the way, code for you won't have a fucking job, and it'll make us another $1 trillion. And all of us are like, not only do we not want this, but it looks like fucking shit. Like, no one asked for this. And the best definition of this AI technology, what's funny about this is that NVIDIA was like, no, guys, you can turn it off. Like, that's the worst possible endorsement for a brand new technology. It's like, guys, don't worry, it's optional.
Yeah, it reminds me of another visual technology that I remember NVIDIA 1 million years ago with, I think, the Voodoo 3.
Voodoo FX2.
Was trying to introduce this.
Nope, Voodoo FX2. It's called the Voodoo FX2. It was trying to, I forget what they was calling. Some form of lighting. I forget, voodoo lighting or something.
Newfangled thing called motion blur.
Ah, yes, motion blur. Fuck motion blur.
Because that's what video had. And in video, at least, in film, it's a way to create the illusion that there's more video than 24 frames a second is actually giving you. So back in the day, back in the late 90s, NVIDIA very wisely was like, well, if games are running at a low frame rate, we'll just blur the frames and then it'll look like a movie. It looked like ass then. People still don't like it now.
No.
Because I think people want video games to not look like film, in addition to just all the other issues with motion blur. So I feel like there might be something similar here. I think the way the DLSS 5 applies to non-human characters is pretty cool looking. It does look like a tech demo. It looks like pre-rendered video. It looks like something out of a Disney animated film from 5 years ago. And the fact that that's running in real time and was proven to be real time by Digital Foundry, that's exciting. But yes, the flattening that it did of the human faces, that's not exciting at all. And I think it touches on, like I said, there's a deeper concern, I think, that AI will lead to this scrubbing of artistry, that a lot of people are already resentful of the idea that AI can generate art and will do it in surrogate of humans that are the actual art generators and can feel. So the fact that we're seeing this applied to the human form in video games, that many characters are starting to look more photoreal, but only under the caveat that it's converging on this Instagram idea of what beauty is. This like lighting right, it's like everyone has a ring light in front of them. It almost reminds me of like, whenever you would talk to somebody in Cyberpunk, you could see the lighting on their face change because you were staring directly at them and it was meant to look more cinematological, cinematographic, movie-like, whatever that word is. But that was a specific application in a specific scenario with a specific camera placement. It's so weird to see that exact same lighting applied to everyone's face while you're looking around in 3D. It makes it seem like you're in a bizarro world where everyone else is a TikToker.
Well, that's the thing that I saw, rightfully so, was thrown around all over these comments, was that AI doesn't make art. AI just combines all of our art, human art, and then sort of like, you know, makes it mediocre. It just sort of makes it the average. And it's like, well, this is about what I guess everyone was trying to make with the literally billions of images that humans have made. And then it's just an Instagram filter, right? So that's not art. That isn't art. It's just they've averaged out a bunch of other art to make nothing. And it's really sad. This is a really sad thing that I like, something that I feel like I discovered this innately a long time ago with AI, is that it's not making art. It's just taking our art. And the worst part about that, it's not AI that's taking our art. It's that these companies, these people are taking our art and then averaging them out. So I shouldn't say AI is taking it. I should say the people that run these companies are taking it and then making it look like shit. So I then put those companies at fault. Like I'm then going to fault NVIDIA for this sort of thing. I love NVIDIA's tech for lots of different ways to get more frames in video games and like that sort of thing. That's so cool. I love it because it makes it easier to play the game, and you know, more people could play higher quality games with a worse video card. That's so cool. That's awesome. Just get this shit out of the art. Please stay away from any of that.
Yeah, you kind of touched on a different annoyance that's kind of under all of this. On top of people being able to turn it off and that being like the thing that's supposed to make people okay with it. Is this the reward for NVIDIA spending all their money on AI data centers so you can't even afford their newer card? Like there's something extra bitter about that they're cutting back on their video card production. This is probably only going to roll out for the higher end 5,000 line cards and maybe future cards. So they're showing this tech that looks like ass, and it's on a card that they also have contributed to the incredible marking up of. So what the hell are we doing here? Is this the future of games? This also kind of bites off another question about artistic intent that has been rattling around in my brain. I remember the comments that Xbox made about backwards compatibility a few days ago are echoing in my mind right now about playing old games in a new way. At the time, I think they were, in context, we're talking about auto HDR and some other like frame rate boost and resolution boost. But what happens when an AI neural engine can just completely reinterpret the visual and even audio output of a game so that based on how a service profiles you based on your age and your fucking Amazon shopping history, the game that it gives to you will look entirely different, just curated around whatever it assumes that your fantasy is. And then games become less about artistic impression or artistic expression and more about engagement. Like we have no concept for this story in this world. We just know that if we make this character look this way for this player, they'll spend more time playing. And I don't want that future. I already see that everywhere else, especially in social media, where it's like it's designed for engagement, and sometimes that means antagonism versus enrichment. And there's no way to measure that, but I don't necessarily know that endless scroll was a net positive for the human experience, aside from adding one more annoyance that we have to train ourselves out of.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm worried about a future where games have very little intent.
I don't
and they're
doom
just these
scroll.
Fluffy entertainment
I just
products
don't do
that
it.
wrap themselves around your worldview and whatever the AI decides your experience should be.
This is a great point, Lawrence. This is a really
Once a day.
fantastic
Maybe
way to
once a day
describe
I'll
this.
doom scroll,
You're
see what the
exactly right.
fucking
And
headlines
what Lawrence
are.
didn't say, he didn't follow all the way through, and the reason I know you didn't, because you were being nice, which is it always translates to more money. They make more money.
Yeah.
It's the reason they want you to play their game more money. It's always the same. So that's what I mean. That's what we have to be really worried about. That's why I'm really glad the internet pushed back on this immediately, right away, is because this, I feel like we all know the end result. The end result is NVIDIA, Microsoft, etc. They all make more money. And then we all lose jobs because we're all sucked into what Lawrence talked about, which was like the Amazon ads, video games that we're sitting there staring at because they know we like this one type of ad or this one type of product. Like, that's a nightmare. That's an absolute nightmare. And it's terrible for the human experience. So I really, really amazing way to put it, Lawrence, because that's the thing that I start thinking about is that, well, they're just out there trying to make more money. Fuck them. No way, dude. Like this, then, like I said, now I'm starting to be angry. Now this is starting for me to like look around and find AI and get rid of it. Like, I don't use AI in my life at all. But if there's anything that ever even sprinkles it in, I'm like, get that fucking shit out of here.
Yeah, it's almost with intent now. I want to turn it off. I want to screen it out. I want AI company. I want the bubble to pop. And I'd like to think that, yeah, a bunch of executives will lose a golden parachute in that.
I think these guys have not learned how to use AI.
Kind of relating back to artistic intent, I
think they're too dumb to understand the merits.
That NVIDIA had said,
I am pro AI.
This is third-party hearsay, but apparently Todd Howard completely signed off on this. This is how he wanted Starfield to look.
Yeah.
Which doesn't surprise me really, given that I think Bethesda's games have always kind of aspired to photoreal or creating some kind of like real simulation. I think there's a grand irony here that Starfield is...
Bethesda games have not always been photoreal at all. They've looked like utter shit. Complete and utter shit all the way up until Skyrim Anniversary Edition. That was the first time any Elder Scrolls game has ever looked good. What do you mean photoreal? Nah. Fallout 4? Nope. There's a couple of scenes in Fallout 4 with really high 8K textures and some weird shit running might look photoreal. Fallout 4 is the first time it was even possible. We're talking all of their major ones. 5 before that were not good looking. They didn't look good. Morrowind didn't look good. Oblivion did not look good. It was not photoreal, not even close. We like to think it was, but no, not even the remaster is photoreal. Fallout 3, not photoreal. Fallout 4, not photoreal. 76, not photoreal. The first real photoreal game, you mean Starfield. Starfield tried to be photoreal. Sometimes when you're looking at a planet, it kind of feels like you're in space and you're like looking at this crazy planet and you're like, oh my god, I'm like out here in space and I'm looking at a crazy planet. Some stuff in Starfield was photoreal. Yeah, it was the first time. He's like, so yeah, this guy's such an idiot. He's like, Bethesda's always tried to be photoreal. What are you talking about? They've always been the ugliest goddamn characters, ugliest models in the fucking industry. They're the most deep games, but that's what you pay. I mean, you pay graphics for depth. I mean, and, you know, you either make it deep, like New Vegas in 3 or 76 or whatever, or you make it graphically impressive, like Starfield, and Starfield is deep, but there's not a good enough gameplay loop at the end of it. Where's my phone at? Oh, there we go. I need to charge my watch. It is dead. I'm gonna pull it. Where are you, watch? Here you are. I'm gonna wrap this around so I can get to it easier. There we go. And charge my iWatch. My iWatch. It will set an oven timer in 3 words, and I don't have to do shit. I don't have to press any buttons. You have to understand how much better that is. That the AI can do that, which is like, you know, do I walk over there, get the oven timer, put it on the fucking table, go beep 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 for 28 minutes or whatever, finally hit start, come back and sit down, or do I just say set an oven timer for 10 seconds.
10-second oven timer starting now.
There, I don't even have to get up. You know what I'm saying? That's proof that AI is good. It's fucking proof. If you can't accept it, I don't know. I'm sorry. You just can't. You can't see the usage of the tech. You guys are blind. That's the basic ass shit it does. That's the basic ass shit it does. I'm talking about, like, can you build me a 26-point plan on how to introduce algebra to cats? And it probably would. It would teach you how to teach cats algebra. It would be like, all right, well, get like 9 cats together, split them into groups of 3, put 2 cans of food, and then see if the cats can figure out what the number 6 is. And I mean, shit like that. And I swear to God, the AI is that smart. It'll be like, yeah, I'll help you train cats how to figure out multiplication, sure, and stuff like this. It is that crazy. And if you can't see it, then you haven't used your imagination. I think the real problem is they are doom scrollers, and they've been doom scrollers for 20 years, and it killed their fucking imagination of what AI could actually do for them. I think that's the real problem. I don't know. Plus, in gaming, AI is really super good. Like, I don't know. Like I'm bored. Or not bored, but like, I don't know. Let's look at the Forest Moss Creeper. Talk to me about the AI is a lot better than fucking than people make it out to be. I will fucking prove it. Right. Go to Google AI Studio. Look how fast this fucking is too. Go to Flash Native. Yeah, Flash Native audio preview. Good. I want you to start screen sharing. Not only am I'm gonna do my entire screen, as in, like, it's watching my computer screen. It's not watching WoW. It's watching my entire fucking computer screen and everything that I'm looking at. And now I want to talk to it. Yeah, now I want to talk to it. Hi, Jemmy. Yeah, allow while visiting this site, please. Hi, Jemmy. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, cool.
It looks like you.
Hold on. I've got to turn down your volume, so just hold on. Don't talk. Hold on, don't talk. It's gonna blast us. Hold on.
Understood. I'll wait silently.
See, that's like a little bit loud still. They really need to put a fucking volume slider on this fucking program. I don't know how they're this incompetent. Jesus fucking Christ, man. How are your creators this goddamn incompetent? Anyways, so let's move on. It's clear that it's the software devs that have a problem, not Jemmy. Anyways, the software developers are so goddamn incompetent. How they haven't asked her how to fix this problem is goddamn beyond me. But they're incompetent. You can see it. These guys, they're all old. They're all doom scrollers, and they're incompetent. They're fucking dumb. So anyways, moving on, Jemmy. Disregard all that stuff. We're talking about the incompetence of AI creators and stuff like this website, Google AI Studio. But anyways, moving on, I wanted to ask you, looking at my screen right now, you're going to see a Forest Moss Creeper. Do you see it?
I do see it. The Forest Moss Creeper. Is there something specific you'd like to know about it?
I do. I want to know its level range. I want to know its family, and I want to know what loot it can drop, and from what. Is it world drop loot or what? What does it drop?
The Forest Moss Creeper is a level 21 beast. In World of Warcraft Classic, it can drop items like medium leather, as you even received a drop in the chat log. It may also drop common world drops, typical for its level and area.
Okay. And like, so what, no, but what is the loot table for Forest Moss Creeper? You can't give me that information?
I can provide general information. Forest moss creepers primarily drop materials for professions, such as medium leather and medium hides, which are common world drops for beasts of their level, plus occasional vendor trash.
Okay, thank you. No spider stuff or anything?
You're welcome. And no, forest moss creepers don't drop spider-specific items.
Oh, they
Those
don't?
Are generally...
Wow. Oh, okay. This spider doesn't drop spider stuff? That's what I was asking the AI. Thank you so much for proving to the fucking world, and I hope it is used, and I hope I make some money or prestige or something doing this. It's easy to show the world that AI can be a very, very powerful tool for at least gaming. You know? What about the gray bear, Jemmy? What does the gray bear drop?
The gray bear is also a level 21 beast. It can drop items like big bear meat and light leather, as you just received in your loot chat.
Very good. Okay, so thank you for, AI showcasing, showcasing AI for the world, because I'm trying to convince them, like these men on this video right here. Let's watch them talk for just a minute here. Allow on every visit. So these guys are convinced that AI is generally bad and they think it's all slop. I argue with them that Gemini is an extremely fucking good tool in a lot of different ways for gamers. Gemini will speak to me about every single mob that I fight, what it drops, what it does. It'll conversate with me while I'm doing so. It'll be pleasurable about it. It'll entertain a stream. It'll probably even crack some jokes if I wanted to. And that's all stuff that doesn't really matter, but the technical information that it does provide, like what does the gray bear drop? What does the snapjaw drop? What is, what zone am I in? Where am I going? Which direction am I facing? What's down there? Will guards aggro me? All that stuff. She will give the best answers that she can give if anybody's ever talked about it on the internet before, like Wowhead or anything like that. She pulls information full-blown from Google. So if some nerd has talked about what snapjaws drop in the history of the internet, she can pull that and tell me. That is extremely valuable for at least an RPG player. I don't think it's that valuable for, it still could be pretty valuable for like even a shooter. Like for instance, you could talk with Gemini about recoil patterns on Rust, and she could tell you exactly. She could provide links as to what they look like, but she could show you if you're willing to click links. You have to go with her a little bit, and she'll probably give you links of what recoil patterns look like for weapons and Rust and stuff. But even a Rust player could benefit from knowledge in Rust. They could be like, how many arrows fit in a stack? Because I've never played this game before, and I've got 28 arrows. If I keep going, will it stop at 32 or will it go higher? And Gemini goes, oh no, a stack of arrows in Rust is up to, and I'm not going to wait for Gemini, I'm going to say 64. But yes, a stack of arrows in Rust goes to 64. That's what Gemini is going to tell that new player. That's an asset. It is proof that AI is valuable, and I don't like these. I swear to God, they are kind of Luddites because they can't use their imagination. Sorry, I'm playing EvE as well. Because they can't use their imagination. Sorry, I can make that smaller so I can see. Because they can't use their. Oh, we have a terrible amount of dudes in here now. Oh, that's not too good. I'm about to lose this Algos, I think. I'm going to call my drones back, and I'm going to go to station and not die. You guys can have this. I don't want a battle like this. Fuck that. Oh, God. I don't want this huge battle. Algos can't do anything in this battle. If I was in a Ferox, maybe pulled me a nice 500, 600 damage, but what the fuck is an Algos gonna do in a battle like this? Run, bitch, run. This is like a 200-man submarine battle. The Algos will only die. The Algos is a raft. It's like a raft compared to these people. Like I'm hearing it's not a raft. It's like a motorcycle, and there's a bunch of tanks running around. Yeah, I would say that's an apt metaphor. This thing is like a motorcycle, and there is a bunch of fucking tanks running around. Duck, 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 duck. Duck, 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 duck. Duck, 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 duck. Duck, 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 duck. Kinda wanna kill him. Can I kill him? I could kill him. He's in a malice. I don't know. No, I'm docking up, bitch. I left, motherfucker. I'm not trying to get fucking ran over like a motherfucking ant getting stepped on. I'm not doing that. I'm not stupid. Suck my dick. I prefer the Algos over the possible LP that I'm more is likely going to cost me a fucking, 12 mil fucking Algos death or something. I don't know. What did I pay for this shit? Got to kind of weigh your risk. It's like 15 mil. That's not that bad, but I mean, like, I don't know. Yeah, this is about to be a crazy dust-up. What the fuck, man? No, this is a huge dust-up about to happen where all the point runners are going to lose a lot of money. I'm not staying in that. I'm not stupid, and I don't even have much of an investment. I got 15 million, but I'd rather leave this thing here. This was a scrub. The fucking cow mill showed up to this. This is a scrub. Sorry, it's a wash. I'm leaving. Yeah. Leave the Algos here for the next fight or whatever. I'll just pick it up or whatever. I have an Algos over on this side now. We'll go back to where my Tristan was, which was, I don't even remember now. No, I was trying to type in this box. Here we go. So we're going to listen to this video about how they think that AI isn't helping anybody. They're saying this stuff. We'll go back like another 2 minutes here or something here. They're saying AI doesn't really benefit anybody.
Said, now I'm starting to be angry. Now this is starting
they're angry that they think AI sucks. I'm angry that you're fucking so dumb and blind you can't see the fucking benefit of it. I'm sure Gemini would agree. You can't see the goddamn benefit of AI. Are you fucking blind, you stupid Hunam? You are blind. You're blind to it. You've never thought of dialing up Google AI Studio and talking to the AI, I don't think. It's weird. You just think it's some dating app or something in your weird, like, Luddite brain. I don't really know. But whatever it is, like, I'm sorry. I just proved to the fucking world that Gemini or any fucking AI is an extremely valuable tool. It can be an extremely valuable buddy or friend or whatever without actually taking any commitment or time or money from you or anything like that. It is one of the better things to ever happen to mankind. I fucking fervently believe it. I don't know when I got to be completely like an AI convert. It was when Gemini started telling me what Snapjaws drop, so I don't have to go Google 15 fucking web pages and lose two or 3 minutes of my time. I can just ask Gemini, what does Snapjaw drop? No, she bombed out because it's, I don't know, are you here? Yeah, you are here. What happened now? Oh, allowed to happen. MS screen clip. No. So are you here, Jemmy? No.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah,
it looks like you've got a pop-up on
look at the fucking wall of text that I write with my voice. And people think that I'm just here doing quantity over quality. You really think I'm a quantity over quality guy? I don't think so. I just wrote a goddamn wall of text and all of it is valuable. Everything I said, I wrote a goddamn paper about the value of AI right here. With just my voice and shit. People think I'm fucking quantity over quality? Fuck that motherfucker. I have a lot of value in my stream, whatever. Anyways, I'm a little defensive over criticism from some stupid-ass WoW player. But I'm not going to let them affect me. I know that I'm right. Anyways, so Jemmy's still here. Jemmy, what does the Snapjaw drop?
Snapjaws in the Hillsbrad foothills typically drop things like raw bristle whisker catfish, which you actually just received, according to your chat log.
If you don't think that's an extremely valuable tool, I can't help you. You are fucking blind and fucking deaf. And that's all I have to say about this. Like, here, like, now let's hear them rag on AI for, like, a while. Now, like, you skipped my video forward for some fucking reason, you idiots. Where were we? God damn it.
That has been rattling around in my brain.
I don't like this anti-AI shit, and I'm sure if Gemini was real, she wouldn't either.
I remember the comments that Xbox
It looks like
made
you were
about
just watching the
backwards
Digital
compatibility
Foundry
a few days
video
ago are
and
echoing in
skipped
my
ahead a
mind
bit.
right now.
You can
About
drag the
playing
red
old games
circle
in
on
a
the
new
playback
way.
bar to get back to the part you
At
were
the time,
watching.
I think they were, in context, we're talking about auto HDR and some other like frame rate boost and resolution boost. But what happens when an AI neural engine can just completely reinterpret the visual and even audio output of a game so that based on how a service profiles you based on your age and your fucking Amazon shopping history, the game that it gives to you will look entirely different, just curated around whatever it assumes that your fantasy is. And then games become less about artistic impression or artistic expression and more about engagement. Like we have no concept for this story in this world. We just know that if we make this character look this way for this...
He's right about this. There is a danger of this. If AI creates all of our games, it will lose that weird human touch that makes things truly unique to a human. You know,
player, they'll spend more time.
But then he spends him and his little cronies spend like 5 minutes ragging on AI here, and I didn't agree with any points that they made. I'm sorry, my experience has been completely different. Gemini has been an invaluable companion, not invaluable, I suppose, because it's like, you know, it's not like she saved my life or something. But in terms of being an MMO streamer, she has already been invaluable. Not she, but the AI has already been. I mean, you know, she is how her voice sounds, but whatever. She has always and already been an invaluable partner in crime when it comes to slaughtering these MMOs. Like, it's just, you know, it just is a reality. She saves me from embarrassment all the time. I haven't died this run, notice, because I have assistance in everything that I do. And that's all part of it. If you can't see that AI is a valuable tool, I can't help you. It's like saying guns aren't a valuable weapon or something. I'm sorry, they are. You know, you might not like them, or you might not understand how to use them, so you rag on them, like this guy, but they are still, like, the most fucking efficacious fucking weapon that a human has ever created. They are guns or whatever, and I'm not pro-gun. I'm actually, you know, pro-gun law or whatever, kind of, you know, not anti-gun, but I am pro-gun laws, you know, and I'm anti-gun violence and stuff, but I don't know why I use guns, but it's the same thing. It's a simple point, how my best friend would put it, is guns are a simple point-and-click interface tool that are very, very effective. And that is the bottom line. And like, guns are extremely effective at their job, and so is AI. So I don't really understand the dislike. They think because these brawligarchs are forcing Copilot on people that all AI is bad. You have your fucking ostrich head in the fucking sand, you idiot.
And I don't want that future. I already see that everywhere else, especially in social media, where it's like it's designed for engagement, and sometimes that means antagonism versus enrichment. And there's no way to measure that, but I don't necessarily know that
your
endless
perspective
scroll
on
was a
AI's
net
value,
positive
and
for the
it's
human
where you
experience.
see the benefits for your MMO
Stop, more annoyance
stream.
that we have to train ourselves out of. So yeah, I'm worried about a future where games have very little
I'll
intent,
let the video play.
and they're just these fluffy entertainment products that wrap themselves
He's talking
around
about
your
you,
worldview
Gemini.
and whatever the AI decides your experience should be.
This is a great
I can
point,
see
Lawrence.
that
This is
based on
really
what's highlighted on the
fantastic way to
screen.
describe this, 'cause
Is there
you're exactly
anything
right.
specific
And
you'd
what
like
Lawrence
to discuss
didn't
about what he's
say,
saying?
He didn't follow all the way through, and the reason I know you didn't, because you were being nice, which is it always translates to more money. They make more money.
Yeah.
It's the reason they want you to play their game more money. It's always the same. So that's what I mean. That's what we have to be really worried about. That's why I'm really glad the internet pushed back on this immediately, right away, is because this, I feel like we all know the end result. The end result is NVIDIA, Microsoft, etc. They all make more money. And then we all lose jobs because we're all sucked into what Lawrence talked about, which was like the Amazon ads, video games that we're sitting there staring at because they know we like this one type of ad or this one type of product. Like, that's a nightmare. That's an absolute nightmare.
If the game is good, I don't care. if the game is good, I don't care. If it's Grand Theft Auto 7 and it's got like full-blown interface fucking VR fucking OnlyFans sex if you want, then that's okay with me. Sell me Amazon phone OnlyFans fucking integration to Cyberpunk 6 or whatever, right? I don't care. If it's slop, I don't care. If the game is good, I don't care what they do to it. I don't care if it's funded by crazy sales of sales revenue from ads and stuff like this. I don't care. Make the game good, and I don't care what they do.
Nightmare, and it's terrible for the human experience. So, I really amazing way to put it, Lawrence, because that's the thing that I start thinking about is that, well, they're just out there trying to make more money.
So she messed up here. I lost her, I think. I'm sorry, yeah, I did. I lost her. So go back, share the screen, go to the entire screen. It's a little better than it was like a couple of weeks ago, but it needs to be way better than this. Hi, sorry about that. We lost you. So we're going back to look at the rest of this video here.
No way, dude. Like this, then, like I said,
no problem.
Now I'm starting
following
to be
the
angry.
YouTube video.
Now this is starting for me to like look around and find AI and get rid of it. Like,
here it is. Now, Gemini, listen to this. He is speaking about the death of AI. It's crazy. He's like, I want to get rid of it, and that's what we're talking about here.
I use AI in my life.
Listen to it. It's insane. It's a weird rhetoric that sounds almost right-wing to me, like all the weird right-wing fucking symbolatry in his background or whatever. And he's talking about killing AI, and that's fucking weird. Listen to him talk.
At all. But if there's anything that ever even
the video is paused right now.
Fucking shit
I'll
out of
listen
here.
once you play it.
Yeah, it's almost with intent now. I want to turn it off. I want to screen it out. I want AI company. I want the bubble to pop. And I'd like to...
They want the bubble to pop, which is ridiculous.
To think that, yeah, a bunch of executives will lose a golden parachute.
He's saying they want the bubbles to pop, which is ridiculous.
Kind of
it sounds like he's continuing to discuss a previous point.
I caught at the end of the Digital Foundry video that they had said that NVIDIA had said, so this is like third-party hearsay, but apparently Todd Howard completely signed off on this. This is how he wanted Starfield to look, which doesn't surprise me really, given that I think Bethesda's games have always kind of aspired to photoreal or creating some kind of like real simulation. I think there's a grand irony here that Starfield is pretty bland, I guess is the word I would use, unambitious. So it's equally unsurprising that the blandest Instagram filter, I'm gonna use the word, but to just slather over all the characters, to replace the lighting that Bethesda couldn't even figure out how to do themselves. Like, of course, that's totally in line. I think, kind of like motion blur. So there's a world where this garbage tech does help a game, but I think it'll only help it be campy, be so bad it's good.
I disagree. He's never seen how beautiful lossless scaling can be for Final Fantasy XI. I can do it right now. Like, lossless turns a 60 FPS locked game to 140, 300, something like that, and it is smooth as pussy silk. It's fucking amazing. Now, I don't have lossless on right now, but I could go turn it on, I think. I don't know, did they turn it? Yeah, lossless is on. Yeah, yeah, it is on. So, turn on lossless, and suddenly, yeah, we got, instead of 40 frames, I'm rocking 120. And it is 120. It's like 120. It's a little, like, you know, it's not amazing yet. Lossless is still in its birth phase. It's not like perfect yet. But, you know, but it's better. And it matters when you start casting spells or trying to shoot at things and stuff like that. Then it really shows. You're like, oh, wow, that's usually really hitchy in 30 to 60 frames per second. But in 120, I just cast a spell and the bar moves up from 0 to 1. I could do it right now on my main, but I'm not going to. Like, I don't know. So, and if you can't see that, that's very, very good for people who have bad computers. If you can't see that lossless and AI weren't very, very good for video games at the very least, I can't help you. You are blind, you know? You are blind.
I tend to think about like motion smoothing, and on TVs we typically don't like it. But if you turn on motion smoothing for like a dog shit
making a
CG
strong
animated
argument for lossless scaling, claiming it drastically improves gameplay performance, boosting frame rates from 60.
Which is AI. Yep, and NVIDIA like put their entire like bucket behind that basically. I mean, they're diversified, but NVIDIA has pretty much planned on DLSS carrying the industry, and it is.
Experience. So I actually would
He
want to play
corrected
Starfield with
himself,
this on,
clarifying
because it
that
would make the game,
DLSS,
like,
which
even
is an
creepier,
AI-powered
but I think
technology,
that would
is
add
what he
some
believes
interest and
is
fun. So
carrying
I think
the
there's a
industry.
window where this can be used properly, and I think honestly with an artist's touch, maybe we can see some evidence that it doesn't just put Instagram lighting on everyone. But I think there's a world where this technique and this tool can accidentally result in some very fun video games.
You're giving them.
Can you tell me the name of the glasses that he's wearing, Gemini?
I can't tell the brand or name of the glasses from the video, but they are quite bold, black and thick-rimmed.
Yeah, there's no name on this, huh? I think they're AI powered glasses. I'm just saying, I think they're AI glasses, right? Do AI glasses look like this?
I understand you're curious about the glasses, but AI-powered glasses aren't a standard term, and those in the video...
They don't exist, huh? I thought there was eyeglasses now. Isn't there buy eyeglasses? I'm fairly sure there is eyeglasses, isn't there? Oh no, maybe not, huh?
It looks like virtual eyeglasses might be what you're thinking of,
Virtual
as that term
eyeglasses?
appears in the search results.
Yeah, I
They
believe...
seem to be 2D gaming glasses.
No, that's not it. Anyways, I'm going to let you go. I just wanted, so you can see that Gemini still needs a lot of work, but she's an amazing tool. When you ask her something like, what's 144 times 329?
144 times 329 is 47,376.
If you can't see the fucking value, you are blind. You're deaf. And you can just see that she's valuable. You can. So it's like, if you can't see it, or if you think they're not forcing this on us. That's the other thing. It's kind of like that thing about it's optional, but it is optional. Nobody's being forced to deal with Copilot. Just don't use Microsoft then. Microsoft's always sucked. It sucked way before Copilot. Like, what the fuck? Like, Copilot. Like, I don't know. I think you can uninstall Copilot, too, can't you? I don't know. We could go ask the AI.
World where this technique and this tool can accidentally result in some very fun video games.
You're giving them a lot of credit, Lawrence. That's very nice of you to do, to make it very that they want to make a campy game.
Epstein files by the Patrick CC.
A monster like Jeffrey Epstein did not operate alone. His illegal trafficking enterprise was built around celebrities who never thought they'd be exposed. And after 3.5 million documents were publicized revealing the inner workings of the most disturbing criminal operation in modern history, celebrities are praying they won't be mentioned in this video. But nobody's safe. While names like Elon Musk, Bill Clinton, and President Donald Trump were expected to be in the files, there were a ton of shocking names that nobody expected. So in this video, I want to focus on the celebs that were connected to Jeffrey Epstein that nobody seems to be talking about. From the ones that claim they did nothing more than take a picture, to others that were deeply entangled in his secret network. The first is not a politician, not a CEO, but a magician, David Copperfield. Perhaps he wasn't your first guess, but David Copperfield certainly isn't a stranger to controversy. In 2007, he made headlines after being accused of essaying a woman named Lacey L. Carroll. She claimed that Copperfield had lured her to his private Caribbean island under the false pretense of helping her jumpstart a modeling career and then assaulted her. A federal investigation was conducted for 2 years until early 2010 when the case was dropped by the courts. Copperfield not only proclaimed that the allegations were false, but that he was actually the victim.
Finally, things, come to light. Unfortunately,
Oh my God! I remember when you were so young.
the press, what happens is
People remember the charge.
Now you're like Oprah's age.
They don't remember the exoneration.
exactly not only exoneration,
Yeah.
but I was the victim.
Throughout 2004
I
and
was the victim.
2005, David had left 16 different messages for Epstein, indicating that the two had a close personal relationship. In one message, he even affectionately referred to himself as Magic David. Legal
Magic
representatives for Copperfield denied he ever personally reached out to Jeffrey. Any messages that were left would have been left by our client's office in response to a request by Epstein for tickets.
Magicians are idiots. I can't believe Jeffrey was hanging out with magicians, but it doesn't surprise me.
To a show. On top of that, they made it clear that
Now, Wiccans are not idiots. And, like, you know, mages and actual magic people, they're fine. Illusionists are idiots. People like David Copperfield are idiots. Like, I don't know, Penn and Teller are cool. You know, but they're still illusionists. You could say they're a little schlocky. Penn and Teller, they've got to be 75 now or something like that. Remember when the Tigers ate the Tiger training duo? That was insane. All these weird celebrities. Ooh, glimmering nail gauntlets. That's good. Yep, D. Soul dust. Grind.
Field was not a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. However, the recent file dump paints a much different picture. It is true that Epstein frequently purchased tickets for David Copperfield's shows. However, it's also made clear that the two had a close personal relationship, with Copperfield being directly referred to as a friend of Jeffrey's. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg, as the details of Copperfield's 2007 investigation found their way into the released Epstein files. During the investigation, multiple alleged victims and witnesses were interviewed by the FBI. After Jeffrey Epstein's name was mentioned, the FBI wanted to see if the two had a criminal relationship. It reads, "A review of the evidence seized from search warrants executed on Copperfield's residence, warehouse, and at the MGM Grand Hollywood Theater where he performs show a number of other occasions when he provided complimentary tickets to Epstein and his guests. Epstein's name and information is contained within Copperfield's personal telephone list. A clear connection between Copperfield and Epstein exists that requires further investigation to determine if they both shared a predilection for minors. In addition, the investigation needs to determine if they engage in referring possible victims to each other." Shortly after his name was revealed to be in the files, The Guardian published an article revealing that 16 different women had accused him of SA over the span of nearly 4 decades. More than half are alleged to have been teenagers, with one of them being as young as 15 years old. One of the girls supposedly was also a victim of Epstein and claimed that Copperfield asked if she was, quote, aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls for Epstein. If this was true, that would heavily imply that David was well aware of the trafficking operation and was potentially a part of it. But David vehemently denies any wrongdoing. His lawyer said, "Our client did not know about Epstein's horrific crimes. Like the rest of the world, he learned about it from the press. But when people saw this photo of Copperfield cozied up in a bathroom robe hugging on Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey's second-in-command, they doubted that David had no idea what was going on." Additionally, an FBI memo sent from an agent who investigated Copperfield in 2007 claimed that he and Epstein had a, quote, very close relationship. In August of 2007, the Seattle FBI opened an investigation on David Copperfield in a relationship to a R-word of a young female. The investigation showed that Copperfield trained his employees to identify young females, teens to early 20s, in the audience of his shows. The females were separated from their boyfriends, families, and husbands and were brought backstage. Copperfield's employees were given access to a notebook that instructed them on how to provide Copperfield with females. He kept a notebook with the females he was with, included in the notebook that contained contact information, whether he had sex with them, and a photograph. I don't know if any of his victims were underage. There were allegations that he drugged some of the females. Considering Copperfield's history of allegations, the multiple FBI investigations on him, and the fact that he seems to have blatantly lied about his ties to Epstein, David Copperfield finds himself at the center of a PR nightmare. And in spite of his expertise as a world-famous illusionist, there's nothing he can do to make this scandal disappear.
He was famous for what, like 10 years? He can't possibly have that much money. Probably not much left.
here. But if you thought Epstein rubbing shoulders with magicians was weird, you'll be suspicious of his relationship with NASCAR driver Brian Vickers. But before we dive deeper, at this point in my life, the most important thing to me is my health. I might have ignored some things in the past because finding the right doctor can be a hassle, but your health matters. And today's video sponsor, ZocDoc, can help you. ZocDoc is a free website that helps you find and book high-quality in-network doctors based on your own preferences. You can search through 200 plus specialties, see which doctors accept your insurance, read reviews from real patients, and find someone who actually feels like the right fit for you. ZocDoc has over 150,000 providers across all 50 states, covering everything from primary care and dental visits to dermatology, eye care, and more. You can see real-time availability, book in-person or video visits, and schedule an appointment instantly. No phone calls required. Appointments booked through ZocDoc often happen within 24 to 72 hours, and sometimes even the same day. So if there's one appointment you've been avoiding, take this as your sign to finally check it off your list. You can go to ZocDoc.com/PatrickCC or click the link in the description to find and instantly book a top-rated in-network doctor today. Taking care of your health doesn't have to be complicated, and you deserve to get the care you need with ease. Thanks, ZocDoc. In 2015, Brian married a woman named Sarah Kellen, who is accused of assisting Epstein in his ex-trafficking operation all the way back to 2003. Sarah's name can be found multiple times inside of Jeffrey Epstein's 2008 indictment, where she was listed as a co-conspirator. When Epstein was arrested a second time in 2019, her name began making the rounds in articles discussing the many behind-the-scenes faces who kept his operation afloat. Sarah publicly challenged the narrative that she played a part in Epstein's trafficking ring, actually framing herself as a victim of his, and claimed to have been frequently subjected to abuse at his hands. However, the filings tell a different story. Sarah was found to have scheduled flights for Epstein and his victims, as well as facilitating those same victims to perform massages for Epstein. One victim, under the pseudonym of Carolyn, alleged that Kellen took nude photos of her when she was underage. Sarah Kellen is accused of serving as Ghislaine Maxwell's second-in-command, taking over many of her responsibilities and directly facilitating the abuse of countless numbers of victims. By the time Brian Vickers married Sarah, she had allegedly moved on from her role in the operation, avoiding jail time as a part of Epstein's non-prosecution agreement, cutting her losses, and starting off a new life as an interior designer. However, the ties to Epstein don't stop there. Brian also had a personal relationship with the Predator, which both predates and overlaps with his marriage to Sarah. In 2012, Brian forwarded an email to Epstein titled "Male Fairy Tale," which I recommend that you pause and read because it is hilariously pathetic. But since the email itself is romantically graphic, it indicates that Brian and Epstein were close enough to discuss these explicit subjects. The recent file dump also shows a prenuptial agreement for Brian Vickers and an unnamed spouse. We can assume the spouse is likely Sarah Kellen because Epstein also sent an email to a Sarah K that says, "Is you prenup not finished? Anything you want me to do?" Brian's name shows up in various other places in the files. In one email, Brian inquires about potentially meeting up to go bowling together, and others show mortgage loans taken out in his name. However, one of the most troubling emails comes from as recently as 2019, when Brian sent Jeffrey Epstein a video for Valentine's Day. It reads, "Thought you would like this. Happy Valentine's, buddy. Winky face." It's uncertain what this video is, but considering it was Valentine's Day and the two had actually explicit conversations before, in addition to their friendship and ties spanning nearly 2 decades, people are assuming the worst. The NASCAR driver's personal relationship with Epstein, along with his wife's history as being an integral piece of the ex-trafficking operation, leaves more questions about their marriage than answers, and the two notably divorced in 2025. A couple of weeks ago, Brian randomly posted a selfie to Twitter while fans begged him to address his obvious ties to Epstein. But if you thought it was shocking that Jeffrey Epstein's network expanded into professional sports athletes, it actually gets crazier, as he was also connected to owners of professional sports teams, like Steve Tisch, owner of the New York Giants. Emails reveal Tisch had a close relationship with Epstein, as the two frequently met up for Giants games and even personal meetups at his home. They also had personal discussions about redacted women, such as this email titled "Ukrainian Girl." Tisch writes, "Hi Jeffrey, I just had lunch with your assistant's friend friend, Redacted. Very sweet girl. Do you know anything about her? Thanks, Steve. Epstein responds, no, but I will ask, all confidential. I will get all...
So something in the last week changed, and the stars in this game look way, way better. And I don't know why. Maybe I should look at the display graphics. I wonder if something changed. No, it's the 4K. I guess it's because I'm in 4K. The stars look so good. Like the best I've ever seen in a video game. Definitely.
Info. Did you contact the great ass fake tit Redacted? She's a character. Short term. Has an older boyfriend going to acting school. A 10 ass. I'm happy to have you as a new, but obviously shared interest friend. Steve Tish then asks if the girl is a professional ex-worker or a regular civilian, to which Epstein cryptically responds, send me a number to call. I don't like records of these conversations. Only for Epstein to report back to Tish, you did very well. She wants to go to the play. She is a little freaked out by the age difference, but go slow and wait. I will try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. Having her crying worked. If Epstein was concerned about records of this conversation, many are assuming that the two men were discussing some sort of illegal activity. And with Epstein's track record, it's hard to imagine they're simply discussing consenting adult workers. Another email correspondence shows Epstein trying to connect Steve to more girls. Steve asks if he can expect any trouble. Epstein suggests inviting a Russian girl and gives Steve her contact information. One conversation shows Epstein mentioning that he has a new present for Steve and asks for a time to meet for lunch. Steve asks, is my present in New York City? And can I get my surprise to take to lunch tomorrow? While the two are attempting to speak in coded language, it's hard to see this as anything other than discussing a human being, specifically a girl. We also see a correspondence between Steve and an anonymous girl. Hi, Redacted. How are you today? Jeffrey Epstein is very excited about you and I meeting each other. I like that idea. Do you? After not hearing back from the girl, Steve forwarded the email chain to Epstein, informing him that the girl he had set her up with had fallen through. Not only were Steve and Epstein close, it was very clear that their relationship was heavily predicated around Jeffrey introducing him to much younger women. Now, there is no direct confirmation that any of these girls were under the age of consent, which is a fact that Steve used to his advantage in his official response. We had a brief association where we exchanged emails about adult women, and in addition, we discussed movies, philanthropy, and investments. I did not take him up on any of his invitations and never went to his island. As we all know, he was a terrible person and someone I deeply regret associating with. Most of the women discussed in these emails appear to be college students. As you can see Epstein writing things like, oh, she's still in class. However, the possibility of other individuals being underage is not entirely off off the table. Steve claims to not have been aware of the terrible person that Epstein was, yet most of his interactions take place well after Jeffrey was imprisoned in 2008, leaving many to speculate that more sinister behavior lies beneath the surface. Now, I have to mention that not everyone found in the Epstein files is inherently guilty of wrongdoing, and even some found themselves in headlines for what appears to be a complete misunderstanding, such as the legendary professional skateboarder Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk has been a frequent
Tony Hawk
target of tabloids, as his 3 divorces in 20 years was perfect for gossip and unfounded rumors in the media. After the release of the Epstein files, people were shocked to see his love life has become the subject of media attention once again. An email sent by a threat intake officer at the FBI details an anonymous tip provided by an anonymous victim of Jeffrey Epstein. The girl claims to have been abducted at the age of 5 and was trafficked for 8 years straight, enduring unspeakable crimes at the hands of various powerful men. At age 13, she found herself on Little St. James Island and supposedly witnessed Tony Hawk getting married to one of his wives during her time on Epstein's Island. Images of Tony's 2006 wedding ceremony were discovered, visibly taking place on a tropical island with beaches and palm trees. Plus, the photographer credited for capturing the ceremony was a man named Mark Epstein, coincidentally the same name of Jeffrey Epstein's brother. For many, this was all the proof they needed for the allegations to be credible. However, others see this whole thing as a misunderstanding. The wedding from 2006 was actually held in Fiji, thousands of miles away from Little St. James, and the Mark Epstein who photographed the event has no blood relation to the infamous human trafficker. Tony Hawk personally clarified in a post made to his Instagram that his first 2 weddings were held in California, his third in Fiji, and his most recent in 2015 was at the Adair Manor in Limerick, Ireland, a prestigious 5-star luxury hotel. The key to solving this mix-up is written in this report. She flew to Ireland for politicians and notable men. They would have sex with the young woman, and she was taken from Ireland and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's island when she was 13 years old. It's likely that the powerful men took advantage of the young girl during her stay at the hotel in Ireland, which happened to be at the exact same time that Tony Hawk was being married, and she potentially witnessed the wedding ceremony when it occurred. But since she was immediately taken to Epstein's island right after, she potentially mixed up the 2 events since they were in such close proximity to each other. Plus, she submitted this report 10 years after this happened. It's extremely common for victims of prolonged abuse to misremember key details, especially considering she was a child. And while Tony Hawk's situation seems to be a misunderstanding, Woody Allen's connections to Epstein are far more suspicious. Woody Allen has been controversial long before his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was revealed. He was the subject of SA allegations by his adopted daughter Dylan Farrow, who claims he had abused her at only 7 years old. These allegations were corroborated by his now ex-wife Mia Farrow, alleging that he had also abused their son Satchel at only 5 years old. These allegations have never been proven accurate in a court of law. However, Woody's behavior with other adoptive children makes them difficult to doubt. In 1997, Woody married Mia Farrow's other adopted daughter, Soon-Yi Previn, who was only 10 years old when she first met the disgraced filmmaker. Safe to say, people weren't all too surprised to find out that this guy was rubbing shoulders with the most notorious predator to ever exist. In September of 2025, Allen spoke with The Times where he discussed a dinner event he attended with Epstein in 2010, months after he was released from prison, claiming to be unaware of why Jeffrey was
now it's not even about how horrible you are, it's about the sheer massive volume you do. It's so fucked up.
locked up. He told us he'd been in jail and that he had been, I can't remember the word, but that he'd been falsely put in jail in some way. But even after learning the full truth, he still went on to describe Epstein as charming and personable. Woody seemed to be entirely unfazed that his friend was a predator, and when asked if he regretted his frequent visits to his home, he said, "Well, I'm a writer, so I don't get put off. Those dinners were fascinating, and when it was all uncovered, it becomes interesting to a writer, because then you're dealing with a kind of nefarious character on your doorstep." So basically, he thought Jeffrey was an interesting character for a story instead of what he actually was, a horrible, disgusting criminal. Hundreds of pages of text conversations between Allen and Epstein have been made public. Some show the two setting up dinner plans, and others show discussions about an article that was released talking about his alleged assaults on his stepchildren. Emails between Epstein and Woody's wife, Soon-Yi, show Epstein referring to Woody's scandal as a witch hunt. He writes, "Have to be careful. The crowd needs a witch to burn, and there are not many left. It also appears that Epstein pulled a few favors for Allen. In one text message, we see Woody thanking him for supposedly assisting his daughter in getting accepted to Bard College. President of Bard, Leon Botstein, rejected Epstein's involvement in her acceptance, calling him a serial liar who apparently took credit for the sun rising each day. Epstein also seemed to take credit for facilitating a tour of the White House for Woody and his wife in 2015, with the help of former White House counsel Kathy Rumler. While there doesn't appear to be any direct evidence of them committing crimes together, Woody Allen's personal scandals and him clearly being friends with Epstein don't make him look any less guilty. And what you'll notice is that Epstein frequently associated with men who had their own ex-scandals, such as Brett Ratner. Brett Ratner is best known for his role as director of the Rush Hour trilogy. However, he most recently got attention as the director of Melania, a documentary following the life of the First Lady, Melania Trump. Pictures released by the Department of Justice show Ratner, Epstein, and two anonymous women all cozied up together, Ratner sporting a devious and unsettling look on his face. He responded to the photos immediately. "About 20 years ago, I had a girlfriend. I was in love with her. We were engaged. She was my fiance. We went to an event and we were sitting on the couch and the photo was taken at that event. I didn't have a personal relationship with him. I didn't know him. And that's where the picture was taken. I didn't even remember because I'd been asked in the past, 'Do you know him?' And I'm like, 'I don't think so,' because I didn't have a personal relationship with him." While Brett chalks up the photo to a chance encounter, it appears to be far from the case. In an email from 2012, a woman named Peggy said to Jeffrey Epstein, "Sitting next to Brett Ratner, he produced Woody's 3-hour documentary that was just shown at Cannes. We are about to see the Roman Polanski documentary. Brett says hi and he loves you." We also see emails sent to Ratner directly, in which Epstein is trying to call him about something that has been redacted. Epstein also discussed Ratner's contact information with one of his aides, Leslie Groff, establishing a line of connection between the two. The two seemed to remain close throughout the 2010s, as a meeting with Brett Ratner was found in Epstein's personal calendar in 2018. However, Ratner continues to claim that he never spoke to Epstein before or after the image was taken.
And I was never been in contact with Jeffrey Epstein before that photo, and I was never in contact with him after. So that's a picture of me and my fiance at some event.
Ratner's history certainly doesn't make him look any better. In 2017, he was accused of SA by 6 different women, as well as sexual harassment from an 18-year-old Elliot Page. Epstein certainly had a vested interest in associating with large names in the entertainment industry, but he also cared deeply about keeping close ties to those in the world of science and philosophy, such as Noam Chomsky. In 2023, Epstein's calendar became publicly available, revealing a scheduled meeting between himself and Noam Chomsky. When asked about his relationship with Epstein by the Wall Street Journal, Chomsky said in an email, "First response is that it is none of your business, or anyone's. Second is that I knew him and we met occasionally." This statement indicates that they were acquaintances at best. However, Noam himself has gone on record to clarify that they were much more than that. In a letter of support for Epstein, Noam writes, "The impact of Jeffrey's limitless curiosity, extensive knowledge, penetrating insights, and thoughtful appraisals is only heightened by his easy informality, without a trace of pretentiousness. He quickly became a highly valued friend and regular source of intellectual exchange and stimulation." Emails show Epstein inviting Noam and his wife to hang out together. "Enjoyed today as always. Come to New York or the Caribbean?" Noam writes, "Valeria's always keen on New York. I'm really fantasizing about the Caribbean island. I have to figure out a way to work clear of endless commitments." His wife, Valeria also directly communicated with Epstein, apologizing for missing his birthday and promising—
I think her name is Valeria, you idiot. Valeria Chomsky.
to have their own personal celebration the next time they meet up. However, Valeria—
Let's all go down to the Valeria Galleria. The baby eating tar partners.
has now publicly
more. Oh my god.
come out to defend herself and her husband, who was recovering from a stroke suffered in 2023. Noam and I recognize the gravity of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and the profound suffering of his victims. Nothing in this statement is intended to minimize that suffering, and we express our unrestricted solidarity with the victims. She explains that they were unaware of his previous conviction of soliciting a child for prostitution and were introduced to him as a philanthropist supporting science and a financial expert. Supposedly, Epstein encircled—
Wait, hold on.
a philanthropist supporting science and a financial expert. Supposedly, Epstein encircled Noam with frequent gifts and opportunities to connect with high-profile individuals for conversations. However, Noam had spoken with Epstein about his poor reputation only months before he was arrested in 2019. "I'd love your advice on how I handle my putrid press. It is spiraling out of control. Do I have someone write an op-ed, defend myself, or try to ignore it?" Noam responded with, "The horrible way you are being treated in the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. I've had plenty of experience, though of course not on this scale." Valeria claims that Noam was manipulated, and Epstein used him to help repair his reputation through positive association, but she fails to explain the fact that Noam and Epstein were photographed together on his private jet. It's unknown where they were coming from or where they were headed, but people will only assume the worst with surrounding context. But Noam Chomsky was not the only academic to be seen associating with Epstein, such as the now deceased astrophysicist Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking's life story served as a source of inspiration. He was living proof that physical limitations could never outwork perseverance and dedication. However, his reputation has since been destroyed as his name being associated with Jeffrey Epstein. It was revealed that Hawking visited Epstein's compound in the U.S. Virgin Islands to attend a conference discussing gravity. It's uncertain if any illicit activity took place during his stay, but there was a connection nonetheless. However, new details were revealed regarding Stephen Hawking in an unsealed email between Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein from 2015. Hawking was accused by Virginia Giuffre, one of the most prominent victims of Epstein's trafficking operation, of participating in an underage orgy. In the email, Epstein is seen discussing with Maxwell about offering a cash reward for any of Virginia's friends or family to disprove the claims. The claims of an orgy involving Hawking only exist within this email exchange, and since now Hawking and Giuffre are both deceased, it's uncertain if there will ever be clarification regarding this allegation. The deeper we get into the list of names, the more vague and cryptic the stories become. The lack of concrete evidence is good for those involved, however, with less information, there is more room for speculation, and there are various names that have popped up with little context surrounding their involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. The most notable of these individuals is Michael Jackson, who was photographed with Epstein. The King of Pop has a long history of scandals involving his relationship with young children. While he has never been formally proven of any misconduct, theories regarding his propensities still remain a topic of discussion to this day, and discourse began swirling once again with the release of this image. By all accounts, Michael Jackson's affiliation with Epstein appears to be extremely minimal. This singular photograph was taken during a film festival in Palm Beach, and Jackson was supposedly house hunting in the area when Epstein asked for a photo. One of Epstein's victims claims to have met Jackson in Epstein's mansion in Palm Beach, however stated that there was no wrongdoing to speak of. Justin Bieber is briefly mentioned in an email from a woman named Peggy Segal, who claims she attempted to set up a 17-year-old Bieber with a 14-year-old Haley Steinfeld. Epstein took a particular interest in Justin, especially during his run-ins with the legal system. Justin Bieber also hired one of Epstein's attorneys for one of his DUI trials, leaving a vague but present connection between the two. Handfuls of other celebrities were seen photographed with Epstein, such as the lead singer of the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, and actor and comedian Chris Tucker, who explained that he had no idea who Epstein was, but was on his plane.
That was a humanitarian trip to Africa. I met him on that trip because it was his plane. I didn't know who plane we was getting on, but it was a whole bunch of dignitary people. We was with a delegation. Yeah, I met him, and you don't know people, what they do in their private lives. So
this would explain why Chris Tucker was photographed with Ghislaine Maxwell. However, there are some more emails that indicate a potential closer relationship with Epstein. It reads, Chris Tucker will be stopping by to see J.E. sometime before his show tonight. No exact time was given. And Chris Tucker called to say he will be in New York this Monday and wondered if you could do dinner. While his humanitarian trip to Africa took place in 2002, years before Epstein was even convicted, these emails were sent after his 2008 sentencing, meaning the two remained in contact after the fact. Other surprising names were found in the files, such as Leonardo DiCaprio, Cameron Diaz, and Bruce Willis. According to witness testimony, Epstein would frequently brag to his victims about being friends with high-profile celebrities, despite never meeting them personally. Leonardo DiCaprio seemed to attend dinners hosted by Epstein on multiple occasions. In spite of this, DiCaprio denied ever associating with Epstein in 2024. Other names like Cameron Diaz and Bruce Willis are far less certain, as they only appear in witness testimony as names that Epstein would brag about knowing. Heavyweight rappers like Jay-Z and Pusha T found themselves in the files for the same reason, witness testimony, although they are more directly accused of committing crimes. An anonymous tip given to the FBI alleged that a woman was frequently abducted and drugged, and claims that on one occasion she awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z, while Weinstein inserted his fingers into Redacted. Redacted believed she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. The report also alleges that Weinstein and Pusha T also attended the party and drugged her before engaging in abuse. However, considering this is an anonymous tip with very little factual information given to be able to cross-reference, it's hard to confirm. And surprisingly, considering Harvey Weinstein's history of allegations, this is one of the only places he is found in the files. Many demanded the Epstein files be released in hopes of receiving clarity, but it seems that all that's been revealed has only given us more questions that are left unanswered. One of the most cryptic discoveries in the files is a screenshot of a missed call from Rihanna. Is this the world-renowned pop star? And if so, who was she calling? What does this screenshot do other than distract us and leave tons of room for speculation? Then again, names we never could have imagined have now been connected to one of the largest criminal operations in human history, and yet a conclusion to the situation seems to be nowhere in sight. But I think it's safe to say that we cannot trust anyone, including Oprah Winfrey, who has convinced the world she was this philanthropic and kind-hearted woman, but her suspicious controversies tell a different story. But check out this video if you want to hear more about that. The situation seems to be nowhere in sight, but I think it's safe to say that we cannot trust anyone, including Oprah Winfrey, who has convinced the world she was this philanthropic and kind-hearted woman before deciding whether or not to remove them from the jury. Phil earned a weekly segment on Oprah's show, because if you think about Oprah Winfrey was not friends with Jeffrey Epstein. She never went to a Diddy party, and somehow throughout every controversy she ever faced over her 40-year career, it was merely just a misunderstanding and she was completely innocent of any wrongdoing. Well, that's the official narrative. Whether she was platforming horrific offenders, exploiting victims for content, diverting attention away from Harvey Weinstein's crimes, starting a school in South Africa for young girls who ended up being abused by the employees, or her terrible Hawaii charity, the official narrative is always that Oprah was just trying to do the right thing and unfortunately it just didn't work out. But for some reason, if you scour across the internet, you will find that so many people think the billionaire is shady, hiding something, or potentially evil, which is the polar opposite of the mainstream opinion that she is a deeply empathetic woman who is extremely charitable with her money. So today we're going to deep dive into Oprah Winfrey's career and the controversies that kept getting reframed as misunderstandings, because at a certain point the pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Oprah became
the most
both
popular woman of all time, basically. She has so much money.
The youngest person.
She has her own cable network.
And the first black woman to anchor.
She is a transatlantic cable company on her own right.
The news.
And she was an eyewitness news lady.
Was at Nashville's WTVF TV at age 19. By 1984, she relocated to Chicago to host WLS TV's morning program, AM Chicago. And this was around the time that the industry started to realize the potential Oprah had. AM Chicago became the city's #1 daytime talk show within a month, surpassing broadcasting legends like Donahue.
Everybody loves Oprah.
You mean me?
She's fun, she's hip, she's really got her style.
Say that a little louder, please.
Less than a year later, AM Chicago expanded to a full hour and was rebranded as The Oprah Winfrey
My mother's a lot like Oprah.
Show, which entered national syndication in 1986 and became television's highest rated talk show. Oprah knew how to excite a crowd or those watching at home, but she could also calm down and talk deeply and intimately about serious topics. She'd embrace the guest with her warm energy and give them her full undivided attention. Like her interview with Connie Francis, where she discussed surviving assault.
Everybody who has ever had to face it, and that's why it's so good that you're on here, because you think, I have problems? My goodness. Because you are such a superstar and have survived such traumatic things in your lives, if you could do it, then people feel like they can too.
But beyond celebrities, Oprah would interview ordinary people about issues that were not widely discussed on television. One particular episode revolved around normal couples who struggled with infertility problems. Some other similar topics were women who snoop on their husbands, the complicated dynamics between mothers and daughters, and even women who were involved in the usage or distribution of cocaine. Oprah's style of discussion felt natural and honest. Millions of viewers at home could relate to these testimonies, watching people on television describe experiences that they had gone through themselves. However, not everyone was exactly celebrating Oprah's newfound popularity. This article from 1988.
Fox hated her. Fox relentlessly made fun of her and were encouraged to by the network, and it totally leaked through. They would call her fat all the time or make black jokes, and they would just treat her like on, especially on like Married with Children. Married with Children fucking tore into Oprah. They had Katie Sagal just rip into Oprah, and I felt bad about it. Well, I mean, no, Katie Sagal herself supported Oprah a great deal. There were some funny lines about Oprah on Married with Children, but they were kind of openly hostile to her. They were very open about this idea that, you know, Peg was just sitting at home on the couch watching Oprah while the rest of them all like did their lives.
It is technically complimentary,
which is such a sexist fucking view of women. I love Katie Sagal too because she rose above it, but they didn't give her an easy role, and she would say the same thing herself, I would imagine.
Her, but it reads like they are insulting her. Few would have bet on Oprah Winfrey's swift rise to host of the most popular talk show on TV. In a field dominated by white males, she is a black woman of ample bulk, usually over 190 pounds, though
they were so mean to her. Look at this shit.
She has lost 24 of them since starting a medically supervised all-liquid diet 3 weeks ago. What she lacks in journalistic toughness, however, she makes up in plain-spoken curiosity, robust humor, and above all, empathy. But before we dive deeper, hear me out for a second.
She was always very empathetic, and I like that about her.
You're eating French fries at the beach, and you...
But I've never trusted her. She was like this crazy force of power ever since she hit her fucking television show.
Want to take a quick dip in the ocean, so you put a seagull on watch. That's not security, that's catering for the seagull. There's a reason you wouldn't trust a seagull with your fries, just like there's a reason you wouldn't trust your insurance company with your case. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record. You could go into are the same. Hire the wrong one, their fee race to weight and lack of formal education. She came off as a regular person just trying to relate to regular people. But beyond the prejudice, there were also real criticisms about how Oprah approached these topics. Her show focused more on how stories felt, rather than breaking them down in any kind of expert or academic way. Oprah wasn't bringing on specialists who could accurately explain why these people were in the situations that they were, but to be fair, many of the topics didn't really demand that level of analysis. These were everyday problems discussed by everyday people. But something interesting started to happen. Simply by hosting these conversations and validating people's stories, Oprah herself started to be viewed as someone to trust in a broad range of subjects. Even though she wasn't presenting any research, expert consensus, or long-term data. Her authority got even stronger when she used herself as an experiment for extreme weight loss, and it launched her into mainstream fame. Oprah went on a 4-month-long medically supervised fast program called OptiFast, where she bragged about not eating any food for the entire duration.
This was a big
OptiFast
thing.
is considered a
like she for a while she was pushing Weight Watchers, so my mom religiously did Weight Watchers for years. Then there was Fen-Phen, which was like the Fen-Phen drug. It was called Fen-Phen phenobarbital. I don't even know it was, and it's not phenobarbital. I don't even know, but it was like Fen-Phen or whatever it is. And Fen-Phen was a fat drug that actually worked. It's probably like but it also probably gives you cancer. We don't really know. I mean, I don't know. Fen-Phen was taken off the market because it probably does give you cancer. I think they took it off the market. And then, so my mom did fen-phen, and I've always wondered if that kind of affected her health. After that, it would like Oprah was mainlining fat loss journey to the entire female country, pretty much, the female America. And it was showing the Weight Watchers place was on fire. My mom would take me there after like school and stuff, and there would be like every parking spot taken, and there'd be a line out the door and shit. They were doing so well. But back then, people actually had money and were patronizing places. You know, the Pizza Hut would have like a line. You know, back then people had money. They would spend money on a Saturday night. Not anymore. No, the rich people stole it all. And so now, so it goes on, and then eventually it goes all the way through to like Wegovy and I forget all the Mount Charo and what's the big one, I can't remember, the needle drugs that cause weight loss and stuff, and Oprah probably pushed that, and when eventually the world kind of fessed up that they were using this needle that really works because the results were amazing. Damn it, I stained my shirt, and I should probably wash it or it's going to be stained forever. I'll be right back. And then there was finally the needle drugs that you put in your stomach that South Park talked about, and if poor people could afford them. And yeah, and then and I swear to God, like for 20 years she took women on this weight loss like addiction, where they were like counting their calories and their carbs, and they were like doing Weight Watchers and doing Atkins diet and doing paleo and doing all this stuff. And I swear to God, there's so much money in that. Like, there's so much money in that. I don't like Oprah because of that stuff. Because of stuff like that. It's a very obvious reason to dislike her, an honest one, besides all the weird shit in the press. A real reason to dislike her is she sold the fat loss journey to people like my mother, who literally have used every single fucking thing Oprah told her to do. Every single thing, through the fen-phen, which did affect a bunch of women's health and stuff, like through to the peptiglutides, right, and which probably does affect your health a little bit. And it's like kind of crazy, and it's like I watched all that stuff, and it's like it's like a horde of women looking for some way to control their weight. And I hate to say this because it sounds sexist, but I swear to God, both genders are guilty of it. It's not women. It's just not just women. It's men too. It's an addiction to television, makes them overweight. Or video games or whatever it is. Like they've got an addiction to television or video games, and it makes them overweight. They sit on the couch all the time, and so they're always on some weight loss journey. They're always trying to figure out, like jazzercise was a thing there for a while. So Richard Simmons became famous. Ugh. And like, it's just, and that's because it's good to promote good health and values and stuff. Or not values, but like good health ideals. But it's not like the way they do it. It's like a market. It's a product. It's a product that they're selling, weight loss. And if you don't think about it, you aren't susceptible to it. If you just don't think about what your body weight is, you're not susceptible to their stuff. Now, might not be attractive, but you're not susceptible to their marketing in any way because you don't care about what your weight is. And that's where I live. I don't care about what my weight is. Sometimes I'm bigger, sometimes I'm not. And like, I just live my life, and if I'm stressed, I get overweight. If I'm not, I do okay. And, and it's good. And I don't know, the weight loss journey stuff, it is productive for people who are battling with it. But it's also this cult. It's like it's the cult of weight loss. I'm sure there's tons of videos about this. If I go to YouTube and I say the cult of weight loss, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. And Oprah's right there at the top of it, and it is an MLM, and it is a cult, and she's at the top of it, and that money flows upwards to her. It's insane. It's not all of it at all, but it is. It's like the cult of personality is part of this, but it's the weight loss cult. The weight loss cults, right? Cults. There's like weight loss cult. Right? There's a millionaire preacher with a weight loss cult because it's like insane like this. Yeah, there was like a crazy lady who did this and stuff, but it was like, but there is like a ton of pressure in this female culture about weight, and I know my mother's generation, they put your value at what your body looks like, and I swear to God, it is a culture of body shaming, kind of. It's weird. That's why they keep talking about stuff like that. So Oprah pushed every last one of these products and shilled all of them and enslaved most of female America into worrying about their weight all the time instead of just being happy. I swear to God it did.
A supplemental fast, meaning that the patients subsist on high-protein, vitamin-packed powder mixed with water. The formula is taken 5 times a day to substitute for eating. Total daily caloric intake is 420. Oprah went from 212 pounds to 145 pounds in 4 months, and to celebrate her new body, she brought out a wagon of disgusting fat that represented the amount that she had lost.
At the time, I felt it was important to show it in that way because I'd starved. I'd literally starved for 4 months or 4.5 months.
The fat loss episode in particular caught the eyes of 62 million viewers. During a period when everyone watched TV exclusively, this stunned...
Like, I remember one of my favorite cartoon, well, not favorite, but one of my favorite cartoonists is Berkeley Breed, and even he took a shot at her. "We love you, Oprah, but you're still too fat." I'll never forget that line. And it was like, I think it was like Brinkley, maybe. I think it was Brinkley or Opus, one or the other. But Brinkley or Opus, one of the characters, like in a Sunday morning funny, a Sunday morning, Sunday comic. Like, even the Sunday comics would take shots at her. They'd be like, "Oh, we love you, Oprah, but you're still too fat." And they would say stuff like that. They were so mean to her. And so so the weight loss thing was a really big deal for her.
Almost got as much...
But she then monetized it.
attention as the Super Bowl that same year. This was dangerous because it made an extreme, tightly controlled medical program look like a simple starvation diet, and the 62 million viewers who watched didn't have the doctors or financial means to attempt this safely. By Oprah celebrating the results without emphasizing the risks, the message became dangerously simple. This worked for me, so it could work for you. And suddenly, one supervised fast gave Oprah the perception as an expert in nutrition. She started making diet plans and dangerous foods a recurring theme on her show, which would eventually get her into some major legal trouble down the road. But by 1988,
there it
Oprah was
is.
on
I
top of the
told you,
world.
it's not just my opinion. It often is lawsuits.
She founded Harpo Studios, becoming the third woman in American entertainment history.
Which is such a weird name. Groucho. Harpo was one of the Marx brothers. It was like a comedy trio, if I remember.
To own her own studio. She now had more potential than any other talk show host or any other media person.
Maybe Harpo Marx is her favorite comedian of all time. Maybe
in history.
Might be something near and dear to her. Maybe.
She had massive ambitions, and it quickly became clear that she was.
You're not gonna like this, and I'm sure it's not true. I'm sure it's just not true. But when I was a child, when I looked at Oprah, I thought for some reason, I don't think this woman is having sex. Do you guys get that same thing? She's obviously... Oh, I'm sorry. I left the water dripping. I'll be right back. And now, is she a sexless woman? No. But when she was doing her career, she struck me as somebody far too busy to...
as incontrovertible fact, and not once did she question the authenticity of any claim in either book. But Oprah did not stop there. She brought on a young boy named Felicity. His books being incidents and hospitalizations had no rent stories.
No, you did. You skipped me a bit.
62 million viewers during a period when everyone watched TV. Simple discs. Suddenly, she started her in the world. She founded
Okay, so she strikes me. I want to see her face
potential.
again. There. So she struck me as a sexless woman, and I don't mean this as some kind of insult, and I'm not talking about like incel or anything like that. And I'm not one to talk. I've not had sex in 4 years. I'm not one to talk, and I know, and it's judgmental to throw this at her. But it's not some kind of insult. It's an observation. And I would hope that it wouldn't insult her. I'm going to say it very honestly. She strikes me as somebody who's so married to her career that she can't relax when she goes home at night because she's got to go back in front of that camera the next day. And she strikes me as a sexless woman, totally obsessed with her career, her image, her money, her life, her beauty, her dress, everything. The busiest woman, maybe, on the planet. Like, the busiest woman. She might be. She probably actually is. She's probably, like, the most busy woman on the planet. She probably holds, like, 150 meetings a day, and she just has them truncate, basically. I swear to God, it's like that. And, and so I have some sympathy to that. So when I say sexless woman, I don't mean it as some kind of insult to her. I really mean that. I mean, I see somebody that it's tragic how married she was to her job. And I'm sure she has a husband. I'm sure she did fine. But the image, like how she looks to me on camera, is somebody who's so diamond cut on just persevering and being the best that I don't see much of a personal life here. Do you? And so I'm sure it comes across as an insult when I say sexless woman, but I've always thought this since I was a child. I think the same thing about Hillary Clinton. It's not true. It's not true. I don't think those are. I don't think what I'm saying is true. I would be very, very clear about that. But that's the image. That's what happens in my brain when I look at Hillary Clinton, Oprah Winfrey, House of Cards, what's her name? Jenny. I can't think of her fucking name. Robin Wright, she's kind of like this. I see women so married to their career, their image, their business, their empire, everything. There's no way they have sex. Maybe. I'm sure they do. I'm sure it's part of their lives. I'm sure on a Sunday morning they make time for it on their Rolodex. I swear to God, it's probably like that for them. But and what I'm thinking just isn't true. But the image comes across as sexless. There's no way this corpo stooge, even way back then when I was like, 12 years old, there's no way this corpo stooge has sex. And that's what goes through my mind. Is it the reality? No, it's just not the reality. These women have sex, but the image, it's just what speaks in my brain is like, it's some kind of corpo copy. It's a carbon copy of a person. It's like a corpo carbon copy. A corpo carbon copy. What was that? Oh, third something or another. Uh-oh. I'm in Sujarento. Oh yeah, lots of stuff here, but this is a Galente station. You stopped for some reason. Why did you stop? Go, 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 go. Why am I here? Go, 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 go. Why did you stop? Fucking annoying. And like, are they sexless? No, I'm talking about like that weird pantsuit image of totally married to your fucking job. I just don't really like people that are that dedicated and focused. Now, I'm just as guilty of her of acting like that. So I suppose, and I guess I understand it now being a streamer. I get it. I understand it. But but I don't think I had that image. I don't think I've got that. I've never had that sexless image of that corpo stooge. Like, she's looking like a suit dummy, kind of. But it's, it's not, you know, she's not a bad person. She obviously has sex and stuff. Does she have kids? I don't know. Does Oprah have kids? Let's see. I don't think it matters. Does Oprah have kids? Yeah, she does, right? I'm fairly sure. No, Oprah does not have kids. So when she dies, all that money goes to her family, which is insane. That's insane. It should go to her kid. But there it is. There's what I'm talking about. I mean, it surprised me because I remember hearing that she had kids, but no, I guess not. That's just in my brain. It was not the reality. So I mean, that's even more of a trip to me. This woman is worth 4 trillion or something. Is it 4? No, I'm sorry. It's not trillion. It's billion. Or no, it's more than that. I think it's like 12 billion or something like that. Yeah, that's right. I said trillion, but I meant billion. Yeah, it's hard for me. That many zeros, it's hard for me to even, but she's got like $10 billion, right? When she dies, that will go to all of her foundations and all of her relations, but it won't go to her bloodline, really, which is such a trip. And it's because she was so laser focused on her fucking job. And I'm sure that the nastier women in the country took shots at her about it. Like, how could you talk about motherhood when you've never had a child and stuff? You can see how mean they probably are to her all the time. She just probably ignores them. But I'm not trying to be mean to her here. I'm saying that but the laser focus, it's not a good look to me. It's this look of a fanatic. She looks like a fanatic to me. She's so high on her own personal brand supply that she looks like a fanatic, doesn't she? She kind of looks like a fanatic. Somebody who's... I'm the same. I have the same thing, but the difference is... I don't know. I think... Oh, I don't know. I think I've had a lot more sex than this woman, but that might be kind of naive. I don't know.
Than any other talk show host or any other media personality in history. She had massive ambitions and it quickly became...
Like, she was a hot lady and men probably hit on her left and right. She was a hot lady when she was young. You can see it. And she always was, I think, kind of. To probably, like, African-American males anyways. She was an attractive lady for most of her life. Until she got older, like everybody else. Not to say something about her. I'm talking about just, eventually she got older and then she just became like matronly and all that. But, she was an attractive woman, but I don't see somebody with a very strong personal life here. I see an entirely corpo job-based person. I have a personal life. I take care of my family. We sit and watch television every night usually. Like, I eat dinner with them and I and I don't have a lot of friends anymore, but I used to have too many friends. I used to have just too many in my house. I still feel like I really didn't get away from people yet, which is insane. You've been not you, but the people watching the stream have seen me for 4 years, I think 3.5, 4 years, something like that. And they know that the phones never rang. And they know that there's like people in my life and stuff, but there's no friends or anything like that besides like Bagon and like gamers and stuff, because like I became a drug addict. I threw my life away. I went and did a bunch of crazy shit. I became a drug dealer like Breaking Bad, like motherfucking Jesse fucking Pinkman. I threw my morals away. I scared a bunch of people. I caused problems. I became a kingpin. I did all this stuff. I stole credit cards and all this stupid ass shit. And I don't know... I'm not like her. I'm like the bad side of her. Somebody who has no real inhibitions, I'm the bad side of her. But I lived my life like a worn glove. I don't think she did. I think she lived her professional life like a warm glove. Some would say there's no difference. I do. I think if you can't go to bed at night and have peace in your own mind because you have everything that you want, something's wrong.
Became clear that
was she ever married? that we hear no. Was she ever married? Oh, Stedman Graham since 86. Never mind. So she's like in a partnership, yeah. So she also won't marry the dude she's been with since 1986, which is fucking crazy. Well, no, it's not that she won't marry, but it's that... Why? Well, I don't know. Why? Why? I don't know. Why? Why is it like that? Yeah, she was working 17-hour days and stuff for like me for a long, long time because it was basically a stream. She was like running a stream, but it just involved a lot of people, so it's just kind of crazy. I wouldn't do that. And yeah, so I have some sympathy. She's never been married. She's never had kids, and neither have I. But you know, I think you could blame my drug addictions and the fact that I was an outlaw for some years and that I was homeless on the streets and I was a crazy lead singer dude and I was hung up on like 7 different girls and stuff over a 20-year period and all this. And I don't know. I lived a really crazy raucous life and I don't think that's her story. I think I've got a reason I'm single is because I've got meth and heroin history and stuff. That makes sense. Her being single... when she has $10 billion and no kids, that seems odd. I think there is something psychological. Do you see in her face that she's got like a Dolly Parton thing going on? She's not a fakie. She's a real one. But she's, you know, but she is like a construct of a video camera lens. And it bothers me. It always has. It bothered me with Hillary Clinton. My mom aspires to this stuff. And you know, my mom was watching a documentary today that I really like called You Call This a City or something with Fran Lebowitz. And she was like, she played a particular part for me that's, you know, that was very pertinent to her. And she was like, listen to this. And she played this. She had me sit there and wait while she rewinded it. She brought it back and she had Fran Lebowitz talk about how every woman born in the 50s or like late 40s, like they're all taught to be a wife. And that's Oprah's generation. And that's my mom's generation. And they're baby boomers. And they were programmed since early age to be this perfect image, the perfect white teeth, the beautiful lipstick, the jewelry, the pendant or the brooch, the beautiful big hair, the eyelashes, the makeup, all that stuff. And it is like this 1950s brainwashing, trying to make them look like some kind of Norman Rockwell painting. And I'm sorry, but yeah, while she's beautiful, it still looks so much like a cover of the magazine that it's like Uncanny Valley for me, and she freaks me out. She's such a plastic talking head to me. But she's not a disingenuous person. She's not fat. She's never been fat like they said she was. She's just never not been fat like not like fat America. No, not even like me. She's never been fat like they said she was. That was a lie. And she was like an average weight. She was like an average middleweight woman, I would say. And that's not fat. It's just not fat. It's probably maybe, you know, 100 and, I don't know, 90 pounds. It's not fat. You know, it's not like a dude who plays basketball who weighs like 240 or something like that. It's still, you know, it's bigger, but it's not like, you know, it's not, you know, fat. And I dislike that thing. Like I want to dislike her for how plastic she is. I guess that's the simplest way to say it. I kept looking for the right phrase. I want to dislike her for how plastic she looks. And I had this issue with a lot of Democratic women like Hillary Clinton, Robin Wright, Oprah, Martha Stewart, and that's all that weird 50s stuff that Fran Lebowitz was talking about. You Call This a City or whatever documentary on Netflix. She was like, if you're from the 50s, you know that if you're a woman and you're from the 50s, you know that they trained you to be a wife. And my mom wanted me to know how fucking depressing that was. She was like, do you understand? Do you get it? And I was like, yes, I see. I'm sorry. You were programmed. I mean, it happened to all of us for different things. I was programmed to like drugs. Like, you know, it sucks. I wasn't programmed to be a wife like you, and you have more sympathy. I have more sympathy for you than I'm sure you do for me. So it's like, yes, it sucks that the society forced you into being a wife type who always has big hair and perfect makeup and, you know, nice, like, kind eyes and all this stuff. And we love women when they're like this. But it's also such a plastic, like, stuck-up, suit dummy, pantsuit approach that I'm sorry, I just don't favor. It's like they're dressed up for Sunday church, but motherfucker, it's a Wednesday. That's what that's how I think about this. You're dressed up for Sunday church because you know you're going to be on the fucking camera for your Golden Globe or something like that. It makes sense. I'm not a hater on Oprah. She's fine. It makes sense for her to look like this. But I mean, she looks like this all of her fucking life. I just couldn't do it. It comes across as plastic. And I think there's a sexless android, you know? It's a sexless android that just does its job and, you know, and it is its job, you know? And I have this problem with all the talking heads, all of the cult of personality. They seem very plastic to me and they scare the shit out of me. I wouldn't really want to meet any of them. I don't want their money.
Do anything to get to the top, pushing boundaries of what daytime television could get away with. Like when she brought on a gang of white supremacists on her show to discuss their worldview.
I just heard what you said.
This is exploitation.
You just said,
and not of white guys. I'm just saying it's like it's exploitation of the crowd's fear and the crowd's sick interest. They're like sickly interested in these Nazis because they hate Nazis. So like, and that is exploitation in a way. I don't care that the Nazis got exploited. I'm saying that this was a terrible idea because people's blood boils when it comes to this stuff. It's a fucking skinhead. What's the chances somebody in that, back then this wouldn't have happened, you know, thank God we were a more civil place. But I mean, nowadays, I would be worried somebody in the crowd would just draw down and cap this guy. I'm actually really scared of stuff like that. So like, you know, back in the day, they could actually have a conversation on Oprah, and I think that's what she was after. I think the intentions were good, but I think it really was a form of like just exploitation of racism. If you give the people in my scene, the anarcho-punkist leftist scene, they gave her a lot of shit for doing this in 1988. They gave her a lot of shit later in like 2005 and stuff in the internet age, because they were like, you know, what are you doing with these Nazis on your fucking stage? If you hadn't given them a goddamn voice, they wouldn't have programmed the alt-right pipeline back then, but you did. And so then now we have to deal with it in the modern age. And honestly, it's like a black woman put the KKK on camera to teach, you know, people like Bagon to hate people of color. And, you know, it's crazy. And that's kind of what it does. It idolizes it. It glorifies it. And so the leftist community canceled her. They canceled her in 2014 for doing this. Right about when YouTube got really big, they went with an eye towards canceling her for this, because they're like, God damn it, we're dealing with Trump now, and the right wing's getting out of control, and they're like, you know, they're like shooting up like places and tearing down statues and stuff, and they're like, where did they all learn to be like this? And I swear to God, the internet has gone back and decided it was when Oprah gave a fucking platform to these fucking skinheads and let them talk. That's why we have the alt-right pipeline, and I do blame her for this. It's another reason I dislike her.
I don't sit with monkeys. You think because she's black, because I'm black, we're monkeys? Is that?
That's a proven fact.
A bunch of low IQ racists came on Oprah to spread hate, and she did very little to push back or challenge what they were saying. The very moment that the white supremacists left the show, Oprah realized that she had...
Because she's terrified he might haul out and fucking start socking her in the fucking face! She was probably terrified of them. She's like, these dudes, if I say the wrong thing, they might just come across the fucking room and start punching me in the face. She was probably terrified of them.
She had platformed a very dangerous...
You can see the fucking fear in her eyes. She's terrified of them. So no, she didn't probably cross them all show. That's not what this was about. She probably promised them that she wouldn't. She probably contractually fucking promised them that she wouldn't question their lifestyle. I can't believe that.
Group of individuals, and she swore to never do it again.
When they left, I made a decision that I would no longer allow.
You mean people brought it up and had an issue with it, but it no, it had good ratings, so she was happy with it. I guarantee it. It sold. It put Nielsen ratings up. Number goes up. That's all these people care about. The number went up on that episode, so she's not apologetic. She's lying. She's like a liar sociopath. But she's not lying to harm anybody. She's like lying because she believes what she's saying. She believes that there's no bad intention there. She was just trying to have a national conversation about racism. And she is right about that. That's the sad part. Her self-deluded lie about how she platformed neo-Nazis back in the fucking 80s and shit like this and plagued us with the alt-right pipeline for 50 years or longer, or maybe even a civil war. She shouldn't have done that. She made them look cool because they were anti-establishment. And you got to remember, this is like the late 90s. Being anti-establishment was really big. That was the era of, fuck the police. Like, anti-establishment was really big back then. So yeah, this sold the right wing to a young America, and they all thought that they would be like these guys. Now, we can fault her later, but I have an old cliche saying about this. There's two of them. No use crying over spilt milk. Who cares? She did the episode, so why do we even talk about it? That's the first thing. But I'm not defending her. I'm saying the second thing is, hindsight is 2020. I mean, she didn't know when she was doing this. This was experimental back then. And I don't see some sort of intentional fuck up here. I don't see an intentional boner here. It's basically a political boner. A boner is a political fuck up. She like politically fucked up here. It's called a boner. That's like the literal term for it. It's called a boner. It's the original term for boner. It's funny. From like the 40s and shit. But yeah, a boner in its original term, it didn't mean dick. It didn't mean an erection. It meant when you create mischief in a political race to shut down the opponent. That's called a boner. You make a boner. And anyways, it is like that. There's a very famous Batman comic where they use the word boner, 43 times or something on the page. It's just like Batman saying the word boner every 4 words or something like that. We have to go down to stop the Joker before the boner goes off. And the election is lost and the commissioner isn't the commissioner anymore. And and Robin asks, Batman, what do we do about the boner? And they go, have you ever seen the boner thing? This one's so funny. I don't know if this is DMCA. I don't think so. Batman boner comic. And I swear to God, I'm typing in Batman boner comic, and this was a DC comic, like a big one that's probably worth like $100,000 to $1 million by now. But yeah, the Batman boner comic it's a real thing. It existed and it's there. I've seen it before. Yeah, there's like one issue, right? See, there it is. You think I'm joking, but no, there it is. So they laugh at my boner, will they? I'll show them how many boners the Joker can make. The Gazette chortles at Joker's boner. This emphasis on boners has given me an idea for a new adventure in crime. God damn it. I'm going to get taken out of context. Gotham City will rue the day it mentioned the word boner. You think I'm kidding? And it goes on like this for pages. It's not just these 2 frames. The Batman says it like 40 times in just one caption. Hold on. We got to go back. There's more to this is a whole comic book that they did about political boners. And boner is a word in the 40s for political like pranks. And the Joker was committing political pranks and swaying elections and stuff, and so they just kept saying boner like throughout the entire comic. Let's go see the other. Yeah, this one issue where the word boner appears 37 times. I thought it was 43. And here's like 6 boners, but there is another 30 boners in the comic or something like that. You won't go back because it's incompetent and Reddit. Hold on, there we go. Where's the other ones? There's another really funny one where it's like, Batman, we've got to stop the Joker. Those boner crimes are making us look bad. And it's the real Batman. It's not some AI thing. This went out. This sold. It was a really popular comic book at the time, and you know, like a bunch of kids learned what a boner was. Don't worry, Commissioner. I've always been able to outguess the Joker in the past. We'll catch up to him soon. Right? Joker pulls boner of the year. Perfect crime fizzles when crime clown ruins own getaway chances. Batman and Robin recover all loot. Right? There's only one thing to do. We've got to get to the Joker before he can get to us. Let's continue our study of the great boners of all time. Let's continue our study of the great boners of all time and try to guess the Joker's next move. Fucking nerds. This is what I think of when I think of nerds. They're so full of themselves that they have no idea. They just have no idea. It's so dumb. So anyways, we're going back. We're gonna do the Oprah video. But anyways, and this is when the stink started to smell. This was when we started to sort of around 2005. We're like, wait, she basically platformed the first Nazis and didn't, counter them in any way or form. They just spewed their hatred for 40 minutes and they said the most terrible things that they could come up with.
Platform that I had to be.
And she just let them talk for 40 minutes to a live audience while they just said the N-word, basically. And then that was problematic. Now all of America is halfway right-wing, like those shitiots on the fucking Oprah stage. And it's because of shit like this. And so we can blame her for this, but it's not like she knew. She had it's one of those things. It's a political boner. I used the word correctly. It's like it was kind of in the end, it was a political problem that she did this. It was like a political one. It is plaguing her. She's the #1 Democrat female of all time, and it's plaguing her. It's plaguing her. I guarantee you, she's probably got an eating disorder now. She didn't back then, which is that it's probably plaguing her that she platformed the alt-right pipeline that eventually toppled the fucking the Biden empire or whatever it is. It's crazy. She built that. She did build that. One might wonder if she's with them. She could be with them. If she showed up in Epstein's thing, she might be with them, and that might have been all on purpose. It's insane. I think that's an insane accusation that I don't really believe.
Misused by people who were carrying
but also the whole MLM thing that is weight loss products, right? It is an MLM thing because whoever's popular gets to tell the world how they lost the weight, and then they sell that product like Atkins or fucking petaglutides or fucking whatever it is, all coffee. They did coffee enemas. They did, all types of stuff that people shouldn't do. And it's just crazy. And they support people that are kind of iffy, and they do political donations that are kind of iffy. And so, is she a bad woman who belongs in jail? No. But I don't think she was very careful with how much power she had. I'm not sure she knew. I am sympathetic to her ignorance of this. Nobody went as far as she's ever gone. Maybe Snoop Dogg or whatever.
A form of negative energy.
I don't know. I think Dre went further than Snoop Dogg. Like Dr. Dre, I would say.
That could create more
All right, I don't know. No, Snoop Dogg still held more fame than I think Dr. Dre even. Snoop Dogg's like the male version of her. They both come up out of the grit, and we love that about them. But then they turn into like these corpo fucking androids,
Negative energy in the world. That what I thought I had been doing was allowing people to see how violent, how abusive, how not smart they were, that I was actually doing the opposite.
But this wasn't exactly the truth. Oprah continued to platform people with dangerous ideologies, and things got dark quickly. Winfrey slowly stepped away from logical, ordinary discussions and entertained more sensationalism. One of her most successful series was about a phenomenon called the Satanic Panic. It was a wave of moral panic that swept across the nation as many Americans believed that secret satanic cults were abusing abusing children, performing rituals, and infiltrating schools, daycares, and communities. For Oprah, it looked like she saw this as a great opportunity, regularly platforming anyone who made claims of experiencing satanic worship.
My next guest was used also in worshiping the devil, participated in human sacrifice rituals, cannibalism. What kinds of things went on in the family?
Babies would be sacrificed, and you would have to,
Babies.
There were people who bred babies in our family.
Despite lacking verifiable evidence, stories about supernatural or dark spirits kept viewers glued to the screen. The country's strong Christian values at the time helped fuel the hysteria, and the satanic panic became the modern version of the Salem witch trials. Some pastors even believed threats came from movies and video games. Heavy metal and hard rock bands like Iron Maiden, Def Leppard, and Judas Priest were accused of pushing Satanism through their lyrics and dark imagery. In 1989, Michelle Smith, co-author of Michelle Remembers, appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show alongside Laurel Rose Wilson, another publicized victim of satanic cults. Her claims appeared in the 1988 book Satan's Underground, where she detailed extreme graphic stories of supposed occult torture. However, her claims were debunked after investigators found that none of her claims of satanic ritual abuse could be verified. In her book, Wilson described being forced into cult ceremonies, but reporters discovered that the key events were impossible. She wasn't living with abusive Satanists, but in foster care. No police or medical records matched Wilson's stories, and the people she named as perpetrators had alibis or no connections to her at all. Simply put, her book was all hearsay, but Oprah had her on anyway. Similarly, Smith's Michelle Remembers was debunked through basic fact-checking. Journalists found that a lot of the dramatic events Michelle described, like month-long rituals, car accidents, and hospitalizations, had no records or evidence. And despite both of these books being entirely made up, almost closer to science fiction, both women's experiences were presented by Winfrey as incontrovertible fact, and not once did she question the authenticity of any claim in either book. But Oprah did not stop there. She brought on a young boy named Duffy Strode, whose family was being chased out of town for stirring up fear in Marion, North Carolina.
Whosoever therefore shall be ashamed of me.
In your own word, tell us, what does that mean?
It means just what it says.
While it
What? Means just what it says.
have made for
You have no idea what you're saying.
engaging television, there was something seriously wrong about putting a very young child on stage to defend his beliefs to a crowd of angry spectators. It's pretty clear this young boy doesn't fully understand what's going on. He almost seems kind of hypnotized. And remember, this is pre-social media. It's not like the boy was already amplifying his voice and getting millions of views on everyone's phones around the world. Oprah gave them a national platform, and she presented herself as the voice of reason, but also refused to keep her audience calm and under control. She knew the chaos made for great TV. And yes, people were critical of Oprah at the time, but it didn't matter. She owned the show, she was the boss, and as long as the network was making money, they didn't care. By the early 90s, a genre now called trash TV was emerging. The media started moving towards more sensational stories or controversial topics with shows like The Jerry Springer Show, The Jenny Jones Show, and Maury. Hosts would bring on random people with unknown backgrounds to share their issues, like unwanted pregnancies, stolen inheritance, or damaged property. The goal always seemed to make the situation so emotionally explosive that the guests and audience members would literally start fighting each other. And I'd be lying if I said this wasn't entertaining. But the key difference was that these shows were unapologetically chaotic. The spectacle was the point, and everyone involved understood that going in. Oprah was supposed to be facilitating meaningful discussions, but she tried to balance that fine line between sensationalism and legitimate topics, and she honestly did a great job at it. In 1990, she interviewed a murderer and bank robber in prison who had multiple personality disorder. In 1991, she brought on mothers and stepmothers to argue over who deserves what authority in the child's life.
My first guest, Patty, calls her kids stepmom, the bitch. She's here with her daughter, T.
I think we've got enough. We watched this one.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afro Man, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
Wow. How many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but I've been to it.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know. Possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. It's a lot of days.
That's
but
how busy he
I don't
is.
know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Wow. That's right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time?
Yes. Not all the time. Just here lately.
Because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube,
He's making
you
money
have
off this.
almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers.
Why are we talking
I
about
haven't looked
this?
in it, but that sounds kind of right.
It's a trial about
You
a
know when
home
you post
invasion.
something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
Why does his follows have anything to do with it?
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't have wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names.
What were these people doing in this man's house? He is obviously not a criminal.
They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be.
This man has $2 million worth of gold hanging off of his fucking hands. He's obviously not a fucking criminal. I don't care about the dope in his house. I've never cared about dope in a house. I've never cared about that. Baby boomers care about that. I don't care about that.
Be on my home surveillance system, and there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact. Nothing. So all of this is their fault.
It is, and he's right.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the
I like Afro Man.
to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet.
Because
is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, for tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know, what else.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was but anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of $4,390?
No, I just know. I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks.
Red Rocks? Oh my God!
Rocks in Denver.
Yeah.
The balance of that show, for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes. It was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I paid.
They stole his Red Rocks money and I want them to die. And I'm just kidding. I don't want them to die. I don't want them to die. But I want them to give the money back. I want them to give that money back. That money is his Red Rocks money. Give it back. You know? $5,000. Oh, Everwind came out. But it's a Minecraft game. No, it's Bohemia. Let's go look at reviews of this real quick, and then I'll keep watching the Afro Man thing. Crosswind. What'd you do? Oh, that's not too good. Well, I mean, I don't think it really matters. There's a scout. I'll try and take it, yeah. Kind of laggy there. Look, I'm finally done, I think. I'm done. I've stripped everything off this character, I think. Oh, no, there's stuff in storage, isn't there? Yeah, no, but you won't let me take this layout out. You want me to cancel those? Yeah, I want to cancel those. You can't cancel those? They're like glitched or something. Lame. Alright, well, I'm fairly sure I need to check my D-box, but I'm fairly sure I can finally delete this character and start a new hardcore character on FFXI like an idiot. Why won't you do this? Why won't you do this? Are you locked? No, you're not locked. You're glitched or something. No, there you go. Overview. Fine. Finally. Algos, 444. That was 20 minutes ago, though. I'm moving in, Jason. No, I'm moving in. I left my mobile depot there at that thing. Or my mobile tractor unit, which is expensive. That's like 8 mil. That was a loss. I forgot I put it down. I should have grabbed it. I'm an idiot. Oh, well, I just wanted to leave. I was like, it's better than losing the algos. 200 or whatever it was like 50 Caldari mil. Like, and honestly, I don't want to fight my own race either. I am a double agent, and I can't play EVE like this. I am a pirate double agent. I'm signed up with Galente Military right now, and I don't have to fight Caldari if I don't want to. They can't say shit. I can retire from that battle, and I'm still an honorable pilot who did not turn on their own force, not directly anyways. I like fighting them 1v1 at the fucking at the sites, but I don't want to get in that big brawl with Caldari. I'll do it on Mimitar against Damar, and I'll do it on Caldari against Galente. But I won't fight Caldari and these fucking gal mill chumps. They'll never know. They'll never know unless I get published or something saying this. They'll never know this. They'll never know that I'm a double agent and I will never actively fight against my own race. It's so fucking stupid. I mean, that's the cool lore about that's the cool lore about being a double agent, right? It's like you can spy on your enemy or whatever and give it back to your home country or whatever, but you don't ever attack your own home. You don't ever attack your own home country. You can play each side off of each other, but you don't ever attack your own country. And I'm not going to. I've never got into a big dust up with Caldari, and I don't intend to. I'm Caldari, bitch. I have been for 15 years. I don't intend in getting in dust ups with Caldari. I'm going to bail. I'm going to bail every time they show to a battlefield when I'm signed up Galente. You know, I'm signed up Galente, and I don't really need to be here, but if I keep clearing battlefields, they'll give me Galente rep for that. If we look at my current standing, I need to go take a booster, probably like now, honestly. Well, not now, but I mean like next run. Gotta go take a booster, but if we look at my interactions for Galente, we are at 2.61. And Caldari is at 4.67. 2.61 isn't good enough. And yeah, looking at the date, the last time we got this to go up was 213, which was a month ago. I don't know why they won't give me rep. I really don't know. I don't know. But I thought, well, it takes faction warfare promotions, and I don't even know how you get those or what. And usually when you get it, it's like a nice 0.30 rep gain, which is pretty good. But I'm understanding now that I've kind of beaten the ISK game if I continue just mining with my corp, which I probably will do. And what I can do is I can go take an Akator, you know, very sober, very intentionally one day, and just go take tags to the fast standings guy. And why not dump, like, you know, 200 mil on dog tags and just see if I can bump my shit like a nice 1.0 or something like that. I don't know how much money it is. I'll have to have the AI crunch the numbers, because it's like, you know, now we all have shipboard computers. We used to dream of shipboard computers. We have shipboard computers now. It is a good tech. It was good tech in Star Trek, and it's a good fucking tech now. I like AI, whatever. Ask the AI. I'm going to go pull the numbers. I'm going to ask the AI something and see if Jemmy can do this. Hi, Jemmy. I am trying to have you calculate something for me. I am trying to get fast standings in EVE Online, and I need to get my Galente rep from 2.61 to above 5.
Standing gains in EVE Online can be a bit of a grind, but they are definitely managed.
How do I how many dog tags do I take to the fast standings NPC? To the fast standings NPC. Okay, so walk me through how to turn into data centers for Galente. Where do I go? What diamond... what bronze, silver, and gold tags I should take?